You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday, October 22nd, 2022 at around 11 p.m. And this is our third consecutive day playing Hunt the Killer's Blair Witch Season 1. You can see we're making our way through the box. We've been playing 2 boxes a day, but at the end of last night, at around 7 a.m. or so, we decided to stop playing box 4, not try to rush it. So our plan for this evening is to finish box 4, the puzzle of box 4. We basically haven't, I don't think we've actually solved anything in box 4. We've got this map puzzle. There's a lot of reading. We went through all of it. Jonathan has done a great job of summarizing in the notes, which we'll look at a bunch of the clues. But basically, the puzzle for box 4 is a map navigation. We've been instructed by Rosemary Kent to find the location of this bad guy Carver. Okay, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. If you somehow stumbled onto this video without watching the first 2 parts, you should start there. You should stop watching as soon as we get started, which is basically now, and you can come back and watch this after you're caught up. This may be our final session, but we may have one more if we don't finish it. In fact, since we're a little bit behind the 8 ball, there's a reasonable chance that we will need one more session, maybe not a full session, like half a session, to finish it. I have to get some feedback from the channel about whether everyone's available tomorrow to finish it if we need to go on. All right, any other bookkeeping we should catch up on before we get started? I believe the audio and video is coming through okay. What do we need to talk about? Yesterday was interesting because it seems like there's basically one puzzle per box. That seems to be the way Hunt the Killer is doing it. In the last box, we had a fairly enjoyable puzzle that took us quite a while to get into and solve, but we did solve it. We decided to break the rules in terms of atmosphere by reading Rosemary Kent, her blog, at the beginning of games instead of ends. It almost feels like that was a mistake in the... It almost feels like that was the way it was intended. I'm not sure, but essentially the game says when you open a box, solve it with the box and then go to the website. And when you go to the website to give the solution, there's actually two things at the website. One is where you put the solution, and the other is a whole bunch of flavor text atmosphere stuff where you read updates from the mother from her blog, Rosemary Kent. And we've been doing that for 3 games, 3 boxes. Each time we feel like that it would have been more immersive for us to read her blog updates before we start the box. So that's what we did last game, and I think we'll keep doing that. It runs a little bit of a risk of something going wrong with us seeing something before we should, but it seems more enjoyable that way, and helps keep the pacing arc proper. When we get to the end, we can just put in the solution. All right, anything else to catch up on? I had some thoughts. I mean, we'll want to talk when we finish about the whole experience, but we've been talking a little bit as we go through. And one of the interesting things about this is the first full season of Hunt a Killer that we've played. I've played standalone boxes and had some complaints, and I've had some complaints about this set as well. There are a couple things that this set is doing particularly well, though. It doesn't have to do with gameplay, but it has to do with this pacing of the story and the way the end of each box is sort of punctuated by hearing some well-produced, emotional, well-acted audio from the mother, and the way they're staging the unveils. It's actually quite satisfying to have at the end of each episode, we're basically telling something to someone off camera, and then getting a live response from them, and then them saying that they're going to send us a new box of evidence, which is the next box. So, I mean, thematically, it works quite well in terms of story. And the story, like the last session, we spent a couple hours reading basically creepy story about the past history of travelers in this town. And it's quite a compelling, it's that feeling of having different periods of time. We're hearing about this town from its early history, and at the last session, they found this book buried in the walls about a trial of the witch. It's really an enjoyable way that this lore of this town for 200 years is being unfolded for us. And so it's sort of like a mystery that has spanned time and everything. It's actually very well done and very compelling and very creepy, appropriate for Halloween. The stories of these travelers who were lost in the forest and getting injured and people getting killed was quite compelling. Another thought, though, I had about, in terms of long-form game design, that's one of the things that is fairly rare in this genre, that you have these games that are super long, and it's one of the things that we enjoy playing. One of the things that occurred to me, though, is that like we've encountered this person, Ned, in our transcripts of stuff from the past. And I remember seeing that name at some point in our previous boxes. And it's kind of a pain to try to find stuff in the previous boxes. And I was thinking, you know, we play these document dump mystery suspect games where there's just a sheaf of documents. They're sort of randomly ordered and different sizes and everything. And I am interested in the game design of these long-form games. And I was thinking, it might be nice. You could imagine a game that was like this, where the box you got of documents each session, we've talked about them being ordered before. When we read the book dossiers, the idea that the author could control the order in which you encounter documents seems useful. But the other thing that just occurred to me now is that part of the joy of being a detective in these games is sort of the organizational work of organizing documents and paper clipping and saying these things go together. And it occurred to me that one of the things that might be interesting would be if you had these documents that arrived, if they arrive in a number of boxes sequentially, be 3-hole punched. And that part of your work as a detective would be filing them away into a binder. Because it would be really nice if we could now open it up and flip back and say, okay, 3 weeks ago, we think we heard this guy's name, Ned. Let's see if we can find it in our documents. And it would sort of be enjoyable if, as you were playing this long game, you were filing away documents as if you were a detective filing things in a case file. And of course, you could do that with these loose papers, but it's kind of difficult to go through this stuff. And it might be, I can see a game that was a long form game like the Play by Mail games where everything was meant to be organized by you in a 3-ring binder. Maybe that's just me. There's a real connection between OCD and board gamers, so I think that would work. Let's just catch up in the chat before we start playing. And it says, very dramatic and engaging. The storytelling looks like it's not a hoax, but real supernatural things that are happening. Yes, I think that's right. I think we are dealing with supernatural story here. All right, so we're going to get started now. And we're going to get started with some note-taking that Jonathan did between last night's session and now, which I think is really going to help, and some note-taking I did about the map. You'll remember that there's lots of super tiny writing on the map. In fact, I put little stickers where there is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 spots where there's tiny writing on the map. The game came with a magnifying glass, this box, to help us read it. Some of it is swirled in a circle. And we've also got this little compass for fun. Don't actually need it. There's no gameplay mechanic in it, but there's a little writing on the back that says each square is 1 hour. So that tells us it takes an hour to traverse a square of this map. Okay, so the first thing that I did after we read all these stories, so let me set the tone for what we have to do. We read lots of stories about people who have been in the forest and come out. That's the framing of this episode, is that the mother is going into the forest to rescue her sons, plural, the second son just got stolen, from this person, Carver, who's in the forest somewhere. These forests are kind of magical. We know that time and space work differently there. And the family friend who runs the museum said, okay, I can't convince you not to go in there. The best thing I can do for you, though, is give you these reports from people, various people who have been in the forest and come out alive. So that's what we've got in the documents. We've got search party from 1886 that went into the forest and got out alive, although that's a scary set of transcripts. Guy got his tooth knocked out. And then we got this set of stories from this person who worked in a hardware store who got called out. So this is the search party that went to rescue another search party and found them dead at the end, the first search party, but got out alive. This is a story about someone who went into the forest to help a very creepy guy in the forest who we think may have abducted kids. And then was there another story? Was there a third one? I can't remember if there was a third one. Yes, there was. Then there was this play about the Blair Witch, which tells the story of how she was actually killed. This was the play based on a book they found in the walls. So we've got 3 separate stories of people who went into these woods and came out. One of the original witch, 1785. One in 1886 of a search party hunting for lost kids. Second search party. And one we would believe is sometime in the 30s or 40s about the guy in the cabin. So we've got 3 tales, and each of these tales involve real directional type information. Like we traveled for an hour, we saw some scary tree, we turned right at the rock for 3 hours, etc. So we've got 3 different sets of information that will help us figure out landmarks and where things are. And we're challenged for this box to figure out the location of Carver, the bad guy, or the guy who's holding our kids at least. And so we've got stories telling us where landmarks are and how to navigate, but we're told that the forest doesn't obey normal rules, and we're also not sure what location where Carver is. We've got our transcripts that would seem to be able to tell us where the witch was burned, where this hermit's cabin was from the 1940 or so, and then maybe where the witch was burned, her tree stump, where the hermit was, and some other location. But we don't know which of those is Carver's hideout. So that's our second sort of puzzle. Once we understand the lay of the land, is figuring out which of those places he will be at. He's given us some clues. Okay, I've set the stage now. That's where we left off last night. In the meantime, Jonathan and I made some notes, and I think those are going to be quite useful to us. So let me get some of this stuff out of the way and go to the notes and the keyboard. Okay, so what have we got here? So the first thing is that I went and I transcribed all the text on the map along with the grid locations. So here are all the annotations on this map. So if I switch to this, and then I switch like this. Okay. So A10 says deep underground, ancient Moors wind through shattered skulls. And then I went from left to right, top, bottom to top. So this F11 says tears of the drowned ceaselessly flow down the creek. Okay, and then over here at Q9 we have forks of lightning erupt from the clear sky. B7 says, though the sun moves through the sky, the shadows of the pines stay fixed in place. Q7 says, here I saw the eyeless creatures hoard their bones. K8 says, the sky shines bright red, the sun and moon are nowhere to be seen. P5 says, I hear her whisper to climb the oak trees and leap into the air, but I will not give in. K8 says, sorry, did I skip something? P5, okay. I3 says, the ground with its dreadful murmurs will cradle careless travelers for eternity. Q3 says, here the vermin fester in the bleak sunlight, but dance under the light of the moon. L2 says, the heavy limbs of trees are scarred with claw marks and carvings. And finally, P2 says, the crows feed at blood-red dusk. Okay, so those are our annotations on the map, and then I just wrote for completion's sake that the timber company is at F4, the timber company outpost is around K9, and the trail from Burkittsville to the forest starts around O12. Okay, so that's what I did. That way we don't have to try to read that text. Now, Jonathan added a lot of notes for us. He basically went through all of our three descriptions of travel in the forest and summarized them here. And he starts with a question, though. Are we allowed to assume diagonal travel between grid spaces? Remember, we're told 1 hour travel for each grid space, and Jonathan's saying, can we travel diagonally? And I was thinking no, because we did get that note early on about cardinal locations, and maybe we'll have to reread that. The map maker said something about the forest, you can't trust it, but cardinal locations are important. So I think no, but we might want to read that. Okay, so the first thing that Jonathan reminds us is that in Carver's note, scary note to the mother, here, he says, first he tells her she's going to die alone and all that, and then he says something about, we might need to read this whole thing again, because we read this at the beginning, but not since. So actually, let's reread this. He says, the boys keep calling out into the woods for you and you never answer them. You've really been letting them down over these past few months, haven't you? In fact, you've been letting them down for their entire lives. Never able to protect them, to comfort them, to realize the depth of their pain. At least now you'll never be able to fail them again either. Remember when you would play hide and seek with Liam when he was little, how he would always hide in the roots of that gnarled old tree at the very edge of the forest. I'd watch them from the tree line, seeing you pretend to search everywhere, even though he always hid in the same place. I'm sure you wish it was that easy now, but this game is going to be a fair measure more challenging. You're not going to be able to just waltz into the woods and stumble upon the light of my campfire. That's not what she wants. She wants you to suffer, and so do I. But if you're smart enough, maybe you'll be able to find your way to your sons. Maybe you'll even get a glimpse of dear old Hud. That's the husband who got killed and smashed up. Oh, and in case you haven't figured out yet, there's a reason that your search parties have failed to find me for so long. Sunlight conceals the truth of the forest. To see the light of my fire, you'll have to enter after dark. I don't need to tell you to come by yourself. I already know you will. And then he left a secret message, right? Encoded message, and we decoded that. And it says, find us where a shred of propriety was lost. Propriety, good neighbor, was the woman who lived in one of the houses in town, who was killed for being the witch. Whether she was or not, we don't know. But so now we think there's a shred of propriety was lost. So there's our clue. Jonathan reminds us about which place he is hiding in. We'll have to make sense of that. Jonathan has a theory, I think, about what a shred of propriety was lost means. I'm not going to read that yet. Let's continue here. Jonathan says, find us where a shred of propriety was lost. Guess for what that means. This is Jonathan's. If anyone else has some guesses in the chat, you're welcome to put those in. Okay, so then Jonathan started summarizing various notes. Okay, so here are the notes from Judge Goodneighbor. When Jonathan says that, what he means is the notes from the play, which is basically a play told from Judge Goodneighbor's, maybe it's not the, okay. So Good Neighbor wasn't the witch. Good Neighbor was the judge's wife. And he had a locket of her hair. And that was left at the scene where they killed the witch. So the shred of her is going to be her hair in the locket, I'm guessing. Okay, interesting. Somehow I thought Good Neighbor was the witch, but it's not. Good Neighbor is the wife of the judge. Okay, so this little story here, this play, was based on Judge Good Neighbor's perspective. He was one of the old founders of the town, and he's got a wife. Okay, so he takes it into his own hands to kill this witch, this old woman. We don't know her name, I guess. They even stabbed her with a hot poker to see if she was a witch, and she didn't flinch, so that told her it was a witch. Okay, so he talks about how he takes her out with a group of men to kill her. And he describes their travels in the forest because they want to do it away from town to not soil the town with this murder. And he describes, in addition to describing his travel through the forest, he talks about where they killed her. She actually had a place she wanted to be killed in, this hollow, and they're like, well, we're good men, we'll kill you there. So they take her to the hollow with this tree stump, and they kill her, and she fights against him. The men won't help him kill her, and he loses his locket of hair from his wife. He carries a locket from his wife with a little bit of hair in it, and she scratches him, and it gets torn off, and he's so scared that he doesn't go back to get it. He doesn't want to. I must leave my beloved locket behind. A fear grips me. Should I attempt to return to the forest again, I might not return home. Okay, so, and Jonathan says, that's my guess about the locket as well. So that's what Jonathan has given us in the notes about what the guess about the shred of propriety, because it's Propriety's hair in his locket. She's not the witch. Okay, and then Jonathan sums up how Judge Good Neighbor's map directions was. He said, we traveled till we came across a huge bone-white rock. I judged the birds' crows to be an hour from our position at the rock, meaning an hour, one grid square away. We turned from our position at the rock and fled for 5 hours in total, going in opposite direction of the cacophonous cawing. While we fled the noise, I noted that a certain region of forest contained a number of trees that appeared to have been ravaged by a large creature of some sort. Remember, we've got trees that are scratched and clawed, and we've got the sound where crows are. So that sounds like, well, that's probably it. Let me switch my view. I've got a couple worked on this a little bit. Okay, so crows here. That's where the claw marks are. So it sounds like those might be there. Logan says, probably not important, but were we told who annotated the map? I don't remember. I believe we were told. Yes, we were. We were told this map was made by an amazing map maker who persisted to get it done where no one else would, and it sort of drove him crazy, left the town and went crazy. And he's the guy who said cardinal directions only, or something like that. So we're going to go reread his statement. But we do know a little bit about the map maker. He worked for this timber company. Okay, let's get back to our comments here. So Jonathan really did a great job of this. He said, okay, when we fled the noise, I noted that a certain region of forest containing a large number of trees appeared to have been ravished. Okay, I was quite relieved when we left this particular area, the ravaged trees, behind us. Then our group continued straight forward on the course we had set away from the noise. The forest was as silent as a grave. And then the witch says, can you please kill me in a hollow? I'll show you where. They agree. And then it says she turned at a slight angle. and led us in a new direction. That's a little confusing for us if we're expecting to go cardinal directions, but okay. My men murmured dreadful utterances about how we and our children would be doomed. There's a place where it talks about murmuring, don't forget. And then every man insisted they had not uttered a word. So I think that might be the murmuring location. Then after traveling for 2 hours in the witch's chosen direction, we came upon a hollow with a white tree at its center. Okay. Now, if we're right that the shred of propriety that was lost was her hair and her locket, this is the location we're looking for then. Where the witch was killed and the locket was lost would be not where the hermit lives, but where the witch was killed at the end of Judge Goodneighbor's directions. Okay. But this may not be enough to locate that. I think that's our theory, that we may have to make use of all 3 sets of directions. So let's see. Our next set of directions are Ned's notes. Now, I want to know who Ned was because I thought we came across his name before, but at least in the context of these directions, we know who Ned was. Ned was the worker at the hardware store who wrote these notes. It's a little confusing because he wrote them on the back of this house setup that he found. We're not exactly sure if this is relevant for us, but it kind of seems like, but it's not relevant for this part of the task. For this part of the task, he just says, I found this piece of paper, I'm going to write my notes on here. And he describes his interactions with this scary, crazy guy who lives in the forest. And how he went out to help him dig a basement that she wants deeper. So this might be the place where the witch lived. We don't know. We don't know. But Jonathan's transcription of him walking out, Logan says, I think this is the house from the original movie. I think you might be right. Okay, so Ned says, we started on the path to the lumber mill, but veered off. So you might imagine they started on the path to the lumber mill. Maybe the timber company is not the lumber mill. I wonder, I think maybe in our original map we have a note about lumber mill. Do we? Maybe I'm wrong. I kind of thought we did. Okay, well anyway, wherever the lumber mill is, might be different from the timber company. We walked in one direction for what I would judge to be 5 hours, muttering something about heading towards the Hoard of Bones. Okay, we know that this is actually labeled as the Hoard of Bones. We eventually reached a stream, so maybe this stream. Hermit talked about a part of the forest where the witch had pinned the shadows in place with pines. Okay, well, we've heard about some pines. I forget which trees have pines, but one of these locations says that. Hermit made sure to build his home as far away from there, the shadows, as he could. I see. So we're going to be looking for someplace far in the other direction. Said his cabin was another 3 hours down the river, so maybe this way. Because I think the pines are this way, I'm not sure. And then I added a little note about where did we see Ned's name. He doesn't seem important for our story because he's just a worker and he eventually says, to hell with this guy, I ran away instead of following him. All right, so for fun, it sounds like we might be able to find the hermit's house. Okay, and then our third set of directions come from these transcripts from Maston, Aloysius Maston's search party, which took several days. So let's see. Jonathan did a really great job with this. So first he says, on March 14th, we traveled several hours past the Bone White Rock. This is the second mention of Bone White Rock. We're not exactly sure where that is. Someone stepped in a puddle of viscous substance. Near the end of the day, a reporter found a human tooth in a stump of a white tree. Their group debated the nature of the tooth for an hour. That may be the white tree. That they may have walked right onto the witch's tree. I'm not sure. March 16th says there was 14 feet between each search party member. Came upon a large white rock again. I don't remember, Jonathan, do you remember if they went back home after each day and then went out? So I think that's important for us to know. Are they starting again from home on March 16th? That's the part I don't really remember. Then they heard a man calling for help. People on the right and the left switched places. No one else heard the noise. Forest was silent. From the large white rock, they followed the stream towards the sound they heard. They soon came upon a pile of dead rodents, 10 or more. That may be the location up in the corner here where the vermin are. Walked for 2 hours in the same direction they were going. Reached the fork in the stream. Maybe this fork here. Saw a wisp of smoke at an angle from their current course. Turned slightly to head towards the smoke. Traveled 3 hours through the ancient oak trees. Maybe here? This is oak. We're told here this is oak. She wanted to... Oh, maybe here's where they walked. Maybe? Sorry, you can't see that. Maybe they walked through here. This is the thing about jumping off the oak trees. The wind between the trees sounded like a whispering of an old woman. Then they spotted the cabin. Then they had to navigate a short stretch of hill terrain, and the cabin disappeared when they were crossing the hills. Jonathan says, yes, confirming they start at home each day, so we might want to add that to our notes. They're starting at home. Okay, it sounds like everything is sort of happening around here somewhere. March 17th. We also don't know if we're going to need this map for box 5 or 6. So this may only be directing us to one place for this game and another place for another game. Okay, so then he continues here. He says, Mr. Robertson vanished, one of the members of the search party, vanished half hour after crossing into the woods. We found a small bundle of sticks and slime bootlaces. Mr. Michaels disappeared, trying to get back to town, looking for Mr. Robertson, and they found small wooden effigies on Robertson and Michael's homes. So when they came home, someone had left the wooden little creatures, sticks. March 18th, they saw 2 lights in the distance in the dark, the lights hovering among the trees. The next morning, they went 3 hours into the day, and someone claimed they found a footprint. He went to follow the footprint. He tripped on a rock and bit his tongue and lost a tooth. Bloody blood was coming out of his mouth. It was pretty scary, actually. And then after all, they couldn't even find the footprint. Returned home minutes before sunset. Should have been 3 hours of daylight remaining. They got home. There's no daylight. It's pretty scary. Okay. March 22nd, discovered this first search party by the same large white rock. So it's weird. They're like, they came across this white rock again, but it was in a different place. Or these people had been on the rock for a long time, long dead and butchered, arranged in a formation similar to the sigils carved on their stomachs. And we see there's some hills here, but it seems like this white rock might be changing where it is. So it seems like it might not be a reliable landmark. And then Jonathan says, I have a theory based on the puzzle. But he's hidden it, so it's a nice long theory. Okay, and then we're back to original notes. Okay. Jonathan says in the chat, the 2 lights was from a dream the person had the night between the 17th and the 18th of March. Next morning is the actual start of the 18th search. Could have made that clear. The 2 lights were a dream. Okay, Jonathan says, the description of the 2 lights on March 18th was a dream. So here, this is a dream, Jonathan? They didn't actually see these? Was this a dream too? We have these transcripts, we can check them. March 18th, last night I dreamt I was alone in the woods, he says. I noticed two lights in the distance. They hovered among the trees for a long time before being snuffed out, leaving me totally alone once again. Cannot help but believe them to be the souls of Robertson and Michaels lost inside the labyrinthian wood. I woke in the morning in earnest with two small pinpricks on the back of my neck. Continuously bled, no matter the amount of pressure I put upon them. I tell myself again that it must be nothing other than the spot where I had picked myself up, where I had pitched myself upon, there being lots of branches. After summoning all of my remaining courage, I joined the search party once again. We numbered 5. Half remaining, half went home. About 3 hours into the day, we got footprints. Okay, so these were dreams. I thought they were the souls of the people. All right, so we've got Jonathan's wonderful notes. Let's see if we can figure out where things are using those notes. So let's start at the first one. I feel like maybe I've never done any printing. It would be nice to actually, since we're caught up and we haven't started anything new yet, maybe we'll take an early break here. We're about to get started. We've reviewed all of Jonathan's great notes, my annotations. We'll take a little break. I'll print out those notes so we can have them in front of us while we try to figure out where on the map everything is. Everyone can refresh your tea and coffee, and I'll see you in not 8 minutes, but 5 minutes from now. Okay, we're back. Jonathan says, I think this is going to go pretty quickly. Figuring out how diagonals work will probably be the trickiest part. Okay, well, let's start there. Let's actually revisit Logan's question about who made this map and wrote on it. Let's see what we've got here. So here is Anthony, the family friend, the museum guy, writing us and telling us about Rosemary and this map. He says, Rosemary is truly hell-bent on doing this. Collected a few things I think will help you navigate the forest. 3 historical documents, a map, magnifying glass, and compass. 3 historical documents have been taken from the museum's archives, including them because they each convey the experience of someone who spent a prolonged period in the forest and came out more or less intact. Hope they provide some guidance on how to get your bearings in the woods, how to navigate between 3 of its major landmarks in particular. 3 of its major landmarks. Let's just write that down because I don't remember. I hadn't remembered that he said 3 landmarks. He says, I imagine the map and its accompanying instruments will be useful on that front as well. As far as I'm aware, the map itself is the most geographically accurate account of the forest to date. That's including satellite imagery. Digital imaging of the area has always proven to be a challenge. Then he says, there's actually a very interesting history behind the map and the man who made it. Emmanuel Ramos was a renowned surveyor and cartographer who was hired by a now defunct sawmill to chart out the area in 1953, after a number of the facility's employees began to complain that none of the maps of the area were accurate. As the story goes, Ramos became obsessed with the forest during that period, in 1953. When he turned in the map, he told sawmill officials that traditional directions don't work in the forest, and that instead, travelers had to move according to the cues that the land itself gives them. He said he considered the cues to be cardinal. That strikes me as a melodramatic way to approach the cartographic process, but I suppose he earned the right at that point, seeing as he'd successfully charted a region that had confounded his colleagues for centuries. So he said he considered the cues to be cardinal. You have to navigate by the landmarks, and the cues are cardinal. We took that to be a little hint because cardinal is often used in terms of cardinal directions, north, south, west, and east. So I take that as a little hint about not going diagonally, but we'll see. And then he says, Rosemary is the strongest person I've ever met. She's managed to stand tall, so tall for so long in the face of such unbelievable loss. But at the end of the day, she's only human, and the forces she's going up against aren't. Please do your best. Okay. Now, I'm so surprised that we don't have the sawmill, but maybe the lumber company was the sawmill. All right. I've printed out our stuff, our notes from Jonathan and my annotations. Let's see if we can't make sense of all this. Okay, the shred of where propriety was lost. We think this is the locket. And we think this is going to be found at the witch tree stump, rich white tree stump, where she was killed. So that's the place we're trying to find, where the witch was killed, in the hollow by the white tree stump. Okay, let's look at the Judge Goodneighbor's route and see if we can make some sense of that. We traveled until we came upon a huge bone white rock. Now, I don't think we can trust the location of this rock because it seems to move around, or at least what's there moves around. So I'm not sure about this. But then he says the birds, the crows, were an hour from our position. Well, let's look at our stuff here. Let's see. Let's look at what talks about crows. These are our annotations on the map. Okay, so the crows feed at blood red dusk. Any others talk about crows? I don't think so. Vermin. Okay, so the crows are at P2. The crows are here. I judged the crows to be an hour from our position at the rock. Okay, so he seems to be around here then. I'm guessing. What does this one say? 03. 03 is... Here the vermin fester. It looks like I wrote Q3, but it's really 03. The vermin fester in big sunlight. Okay, let's get back to it. First, let me change my thing here to make sure this stays accurate. It's not Q3, it's 03 here. Okay, so where's our little cubes? Let's do this. Okay, so he's somewhere near an hour from here. And then we turn from our position at the rock. So the rock is somewhere around here. Let me go get the other cubes in case we want to use them. Oh, they're right here. So this is one of these things that we're probably drawing this out longer than we need to, but it's kind of the fun part, so I hope you'll indulge me a little bit in this. All right, so if we look at, what am I doing here? Okay, so he's suggesting that they're an hour from the crows, so maybe one of these locations. Okay, we turned from our position at the rock. That's where the rock was. Okay, and fled for 5 hours in total, going in the opposite direction of the cawing. Well, that suggests to me, since they're going the opposite direction, unless they're going off in here, and remember this dark green is a hill, so probably not here because that would go off our map. Although that's possible, I guess, right? But then he says, we went for 5 hours. While we fled the noise, I noted that a certain region of forest contained a number of trees that appeared to have been ravaged by large creatures. Well, that is the claw marks and carvings is at L2 here. Okay, so he didn't go in this, they didn't start in that direction. Their white rock was somewhere here. And he says, we went for 5 hours. While we fled, I noticed a certain region of the forest contained a number of trees that appeared to have been ravaged. And we left that area. So they walked through that area. So I think that means that they were here 1 hour from the crows. And they went in 5 hours and walked through where the trees were. Away from the birds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think they end up there. The forest was silent as a grave. What does this part say? I3 says, the ground with its dreadful murmurs will cradle careless travelers for eternity. And that's what they describe here, right? The witch made them turn. My men murmur dreadful utterances about how we and our children would be doomed, every man insisted they had not uttered a word. So I think they're basically at the slight angle brings them, the slight angle the witch took, 5, and they going this way, slightly this way maybe. Or maybe they're here somewhere. And then they traveled 2 hours in the witch's direction. They came upon a hollow. They heard the murmurs after traveling 2 hours. So I think maybe they're somewhere like in this direction, right? Because they turned slightly from the witch, or they were here and they turned slightly. And they heard the murmurs, so that would put them somewhere like, probably not such a sharp turn. This would be a pretty sharp turn, so I'm guessing like somewhere like this. Does that make sense to you? Jonathan Logan says, should we keep a record of the White Rock sightings? That's not a bad idea. If he's saying the White Rock, we think that might be a White Rock over here. 1 hour from the crows, then they walked this way. Or they could have been... What's... Oh, is 03 the crows? No, that's the vermin. Okay, so I think it looks something like this. Then they veered slightly from the witch, and they went for 2 hours, and then it's the hollow. So I think here... J2 is 5 from where you started. J2 is 5 from where you started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see. And then 2 more from the witch would be here, you're saying, like this. Does that look right, Jonathan? They heard the... But they... we turned it straight. We heard the murmurs... And after traveling 2 hours. Was it 2 hours after the murmurs? So it could be a little bit beyond this too, maybe. Depending on how you read that. Depends whether we think we're going to get this exact. But if you had to guess one place, it would probably be like here, right? You went straight, the witch took you off in a slightly different direction and you heard the murmurs, so 1, 2, so maybe like here would be our best guess. Does that work for you, Jonathan? And everyone else? So I think we're starting here. He goes off in this direction, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Forest is silent. Then the witch turns him at a slight angle. So it could be going this way or this way. But we think it's probably this way because they heard the murmurs. So it could be here. This would be 2 away, but that would be at a pretty dramatic angle. A slight angle, I think, would bring them here. Let me see. Judge Good Neighbor's notes. Let me just see if he says it's 2 hours after the murmur or 2 hours in total. She turned at a slight angle, led us in a new direction. Then we're walking behind her. We walked. As we walked, we heard the murmur. And then we traveled 2 hours. So it's not 2 hours after the murmuring. So she goes here. She takes him at a slight angle. And as they're walking, they walk through the murmur. 2 hours. So I think here or possibly here. Jonathan says, I might go with H4, assuming diagonals. So Jonathan says it could be here. All right, let's get rid of these because they definitely heard the murmur, so they had to walk through that. So Jonathan says if we're going straight diagonals, it would bring us here, 2 hours from the witch, where the witch started. And if she just takes a slight angle, I think she could be going here. Okay. They came upon a hollow with a white tree at its center. Okay, so the totality of the judge's notes, we think, is either the witch, and then he talks about how he kills her. How he kills her. So H3 or H4 is going to be the witch. All right, let's put our little marker there. I'm not going to use green because I'm not going to use red because then it's going to think it's my cubes. So I'll just put a little W there. And I'll put one down here where Jonathan prefers. W. So here are 2 candidate witch locations. And the yellow we're going to call the R for the rock, for the white rock. All right, next up. That was Good Neighbor's notes. Okay, we started to walk on a path to the lumber mill, but veered off. Well, I guess if they're going from town, I would think they'd be down here. But let's see. We walked in one direction for 5 hours. Muttering something about heading towards the herd of bones. Okay, horde of bones. So this place here, which is Q7, here I saw the eyeless creatures hoard their bones. Okay, so I think what we've got here is heading towards the horde of bones. So maybe they're here, they veer off, they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heading towards the horde of bones, or they're here and they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. They're here somewhere. They're heading towards the horde of bones. They eventually reach a stream. He talked about a part of the forest where the witch had pinned the shadows in place with pines. So they're heading towards, they're heading towards this horde of bones. I don't know where they start out for. I mean, they're starting from town, right? Ned, they're starting from town. We started on the path. I think probably this path to the lumber mill. And they went 5, headed towards the bones, okay. Where is our pinned the shadows in place with pines? Where do we got pines? Here, the pines stay fixed in place, B7. Okay, so at B7, all the way here are where the pines are fixed in place. This guy says he doesn't like that place, so he goes as far away from there as he could. So far away from there as he could on this side of stuff. He says we reach the stream. He wants to be as far away from the shadows as possible. He said his cabin was another 3 hours down the river. Well, he wouldn't go this way because that's towards the shadows. So it's got to be this way. 1, 2, 3. So I think, depending on where they hit, they didn't cross over the horde of bones. He said towards the horde of bones. Eventually we reach a stream. It's far away. So depending on whether their stream was, like, were they down, did they go on this path, then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. He says they go 5. So it's a little confusing to me where they hit the stream. But I think maybe we assume they hit it here. they hit it where they went towards the Hoard of Bones. And then 3 hours downriver, or maybe they hit it here. 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, or even 1, 2, 3. So maybe either of these places. We walked in, we started on the path, but veered off. They veered off this way, veered off. Then they went 5 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we head towards the bones, and we hit a stream. We eventually reached a stream. Maybe they started here, but why would they go this way and then this way? It's a little confusing. Assuming they started on this path. Three hours downriver. We don't really know which way the river flows, but I'm assuming it's this way. Logan says, might use the landmarks as cardinal, then you shouldn't change directions until you hit a landmark. Yeah, I'm not sure. Alright, well this puts the cabin somewhere here, I believe. He wouldn't go towards the stuff. Let me just look at Ned's raw notes here. We start on the path to the lumber mill, but we veered off from the path entirely. Walked in one direction for what I would judge to be 5 hours. The hermit would occasionally mumble under his breath to himself something about heading towards the Hoard of Bones. I mean, we don't know exactly where this is, so maybe they're here. Right? They start on this path. They go off it and they go 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Towards the Hoard of Bones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They hit a stream. He says, let's go away from the pine needles. He made sure to build his place as far from them as he could. Another 3 hours down the river. 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, I think the most likely place then is 3 away from the Hoard of Bones, but I wouldn't swear on it. I would guess that that is the most likely place for the sea cabin. But I wouldn't swear that it wasn't here or here. Maybe we need to make our primary guesses, like this is 1. And then Jonathan thinks diagonally would be 1, but I'm not so sure here. All right, any thoughts about whether it's this one, or this one? While you're thinking that over, I think this is at R7, S7, or S6. R7, S7, or S6. Okay, next up. And no mention of Big White Rock with that guy, right? All right, here's the longest one. Traveled several hours past the Bone White Rock, which we think might be up here. They got a puddle of viscous substance. Then they found near the end of the day, and then they came back. Near the end of the day, a human tooth in a stump of white tree. I mean, is that them finding the white tree? Weird. They came upon the large white rock again, but I don't trust where that is. No one else hears noise. Forest silent as the grave. Okay, then they say, from the large white rock, which could be here, we followed the stream towards the sound heard. What sound heard? Oh, the man calling for help. Came across a pile of dead rodents. Okay, that's our vermin here. 03 from my notes is vermin. So I think they came across the pile of rodents here. We walked for 2 hours in the same direction, so maybe this way. Same direction that we're going, so maybe 2 hours this way. They reached a fork in the stream. Okay, I guess they're talking about here then. Saw smoke at an angle from their current course. There's the cabin. At an angle from their current course. I think that's most likely to mean from this fork they saw this cabin and smoke from it. They turned slightly to head towards the smoke. They traveled 3 hours through the trees. 1, 2, 3. Then they spotted the cabin. They went through these trees. These trees say... The description of the tree says, I hear her whisper to climb the oak trees and leap in the air, but I won't give in. Okay, 3 hours through the oak trees, and these are oak. Okay, so depending on how you look at it, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. They spotted the cabin. They had to go over a hill, and the cabin disappeared as they went. I don't see any hills here, but maybe the cabin is somehow protected. Or maybe it's saying that we went over the hill here and it disappeared. I think I might need to read that part. They walked 3 hours through the ancient oak trees. That sure sounds like through here. He heard the sound of the wind through the trees, whispering of an old woman telling him to jump. Jump is what we think, okay? Then they spotted the cabin. Small structure, smoke came from it. We went closer to inspect it. We arrived at a short stretch of hill terrain, which we don't see on the map. Then the cabin was gone. And they thought it was a trick of their eye. Okay. Then they go home. All right, March 17th, Robertson vanished, half-hour crossing into woods. They found the sticks, March 18th, 2 lights in the distance. They have a dream. 3 hours into the day, they claim they found a footprint. Tripped on a rock, bit the lost tooth. No footprints. Then they go home. And then they find the search party by the White Rock. Okay, Jonathan says, I think the only date that matters is the March 16th. I think you locked down the cabin. This was my basic theory. You use Ned's path. Let me just write it down on here. So this means, this is telling us that the cabin is R7. That's what we think this is telling us. Okay. John says, I think the only date that matters is the March 16th date, which is this one here. And it just helps you lock down the cabin's location, is what Jonathan's theory is. Then use the judge's note from his large white rock to the hollow where he lost his locket. Yeah, it's a little weird though. I mean, we don't need this. We've got two travel logs that show us where the cabin is, and then we've got the judge's travel, which shows us where the witch was killed, but we think our answer is where the witch was killed. So, like, I don't think we needed these other two travels to get the witch's location. That was sort of standalone, wasn't it? The search parties from the cabin to the rock. Judge from the rock to the hollow. It sounds like, Jonathan, you're saying that even though we really didn't need this to get the witch's location, your theory is that basically the search party locks us down where the cabin is, and if we backtrack, we get the rock's location. And then that, you're saying we need that specific rock location to really be sure that we understand the judge's travel, even though really we guessed where the judge started from. You're saying maybe we shouldn't have been able to know exactly where he started from, so that's why we needed these. Either way, we're still saying that the one that really matters for us is where the judge killed her, starting from the rock to the witch's location. We're at a slight disagreement about what grid location that killed the witch in. It is weird to me that we've got two travel logs that help us find where the cabin is, and yet we're not trying to go to the cabin. But maybe we'll need that in a future game. Maybe we'll need that in a future game. So if we think it's the witch, I think we're fairly certain we want to tell that the answer is where the witch is, and that that's all found in the judge's statement. I think we should look at that one last time to see if we can figure out if we can agree which of these two locations it would be. So they're at a bone white rock, which we think is here. The judge says, let's just kill her here. Then they heard a terrible noise, the hundreds of crows crawling in the distance. He judged them to be about an hour away, so he could be here somewhere. As they crowed in the distance, we pummeled the witch as punishment for summoning the beasts. Still, she made no sound. The witch was silent, the forest was not. The sound of the cawing crows still echoed from a particular region of the forest itself, as if the land had taken on the cries of the birds and amplified them. He clutched to his locket with propriety's hair. They wanted to get away from the crows, So they go in the opposite direction. Certain region of the forest contain a number of trees that appeared to have been ravaged by a large creature. So they pass through this area here. So they're an hour away. They go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Find the noise. We went behind us, straight forward on the course. Okay. When finally they get away from the crows, the witch breaks her days-long silence. She requested that she be left in a grove of trees. So she turned at a slight angle in a new direction. As we walked, he heard behind him the murmuring. Here's the murmuring forest. We traveled for 2 hours, and we came upon a hollow with a white tree at its center. So if it goes diagonally, it's here. If it's at a slight angle, it's here. I think it's a slight angle, and there's the tree. There's the trees. I don't know if these trees are accurate, but I'm going to assume this is like an area of trees. I think it's here. Then they find a white tree in its center. Bound the witch to the tree, a twisted, dying thing. She clawed at my face and neck as I bound her, screeching all manner of hellish condemnation and tearing the locket from my neck. It was then that my companions fled, leaving me to carry out the deed on my own. Perhaps they feared she would soon break free of her bindings, and so I was left alone to complete the task. Her strength surprised me, but the power of all that is holy remained on my side, and I succeeded in my efforts to subdue her. I completed the deed, and so full of fear that I momentarily forgot about the locket, turned my back on the witch to return home. I left the hollow, began to feel an amazing sensation of burning on the back of my neck, as if 2 hot coals had been pressed into my very flesh. Remember, the other guy says he's got 2 holes in his neck that won't stop bleeding. I did not turn around. I went back to town. All right. Well, Jonathan says, I think you need all the locations technically to recover it. It just didn't seem like we did. But, either way. All right, Cabin, White Rock, and Hollow. I think we found where those are. Cabin, Rock, and Witch, I believe. All right, are we ready to tell Rosemary where to go? I think the slight angle tells us it's this one. Not this one, but it could be anyone else. Does anyone, any final objections to putting this in? Are we really telling her to walk into the Witch's Hollow? I think we're going to be going to this cabin later, maybe. Anna says, I have faith in you. Okay. Jonathan, have I convinced you that it's at this place instead of this place? It's right near the timber company. It's a little confusing, but I don't see any other way around it. All right. It does have a tree on it, says Jonathan. All right, well, Rosemary's going to tell us if we send her near it, and she's going to be like, well, it wasn't exactly where you said it was, but I found it nearby. All right, let's do it. Let's tell Rosemary where to go. So let's see what we've got here. We should take a moment to say that the Google Docs system of collaborative note-taking really has paid off, and our taking the time to get used to everything has helped. We could walk through it on the screen. All good. All right, so we're going back to our web page. And for today's case, we actually already went here once before. Today's case is Echo 12. Okay, there's Liam Kent. We already read these blogs, right? Yes, here she is. The last entry of hers was her heading into the forest. And so we've seen all of this stuff already. They did that at the beginning of the game. Even the game said no. If diagonals are allowed, the game should just use a hex grid. Interesting. Okay, here's our tip line. All right, sent inbox. Okay, here we go. So the game says, when you figure out where Carver is hiding, send the map coordinates of his location through Rosemary's tip line. I just want to make sure we don't send her into the witch thing when that's not where he went. She says, you'll need to cross-reference the map with historical accounts Anthony has given us and find the location of Carver's hiding place. When you figure it out, send me... So Carver's hiding place. And the reason we're picking the witch's place is because he says, find us where shred of propriety was lost. Okay. All right. So we're going to tell her to go to H3, the witch's hollow. Okay, here we go. H3. Oh, Rosemary's online, and look at it. It's 12:30, midnight. She's in the forest. All right, Rosemary. Let's see if you found... Whoa, what? Oh, she's not sure what we're talking about. Really? You're not sure what we're talking about, though? I mean, we gave her a grid coordinate. She wanted a grid coordinate. You'd think she would have a different response, like, it's pitch dark, I'm at H3, I don't see anything. You'd think she would be a little more clear about it. All right. Let's send her a new message and tell her to go to H4, which was Jonathan's original theory. H4. Now do you know what we're talking about at H4? Yeah, that did it. All right, Jonathan was right. Okay. It's a little strange that we sent H3 and she was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then we're like, H4? And she's like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I needed to know. You'd think she might have had a different answer with H3. All right, good work, Jonathan. Yes, Jonathan solved it. Okay. I really think they should have put something in for H3 and say, like, I'm there. It's creepy, but I don't see what we should see. All right. All right. I gotta say, I am a little nervous to listen to this. Like, this can't be good, right? All right, here we go. Do we want to take a break before we do this? No, I guess we gotta do it. All right, guys, get ready. Take a deep breath. Pause. I can't hear it. All right, I gotta do I know how to fix it, but we're gonna have to take a break. So take an 8-minute proper break. We'll come back, we'll listen to it. Not 8 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Come back, we'll listen to Rosemary Kent. We're back and we've radioed. We've just taken a little delay. Like, surely it's not important that we catch Rosemary's message live, right? I mean, surely there's nothing time sensitive about her message.
Good. I've been waiting out here for a few hours. Something told me that you'd find me the answers that I needed today. Now I know where to go. Thank you. Whoa, hold on, boy. Hold on, let me get my bag. You know, it's kind of a relief to be out here. The house is unbearable. It's so quiet. And I hate being at the Silver Moon. I can't stand the looks everyone gives me. More and more lately, I've just been staring out into the woods, or reading about the woods, or sitting up in the middle of the night thinking about the woods. I know, buddy, I know.
No, the dog's not happy.
He seems antsy. I hope he'll be able to pick up a scent. I've noticed when I come out here to search for the boys that the further you go in, the quieter it gets. It's not a peaceful quiet, though. It's tense. Like the whole forest is holding its breath. Hud and I would come out here sometimes when we were first started dating. He knew all kinds of facts about nature. Moss grows on the north side of a tree, he'd say. I have no idea if that's actually true. We used to chase each other around and leave each other these little notes. And then a few years later, down the road, Hud started bringing Liam to cut wood with him until I lost him to this place. Oh, we're going to get my sons out of here. Even if I have to end up just like Hud to do it. Goodbye for now.
All right, well, Rosemary Kent went off into the forest with the dog, Tank at least, and that was the last we heard from her. Interesting. Until the next box, I guess. No further email from her, huh? I guess we just open the next box. I'm sort of a little bit curious about whether it's not going to be the case that the game mails us something. Just check my mailbox here. No? All right, well. I guess then we'll just open the next box. Episode 4. Is Rosemary going to have disappeared? Episode 5, I mean. All right, well, let's put this away. Normally we take a break. I do this off camera, but we just took a break, so we'll just do this together. Any thoughts on that? Jonathan was saying, and I agree, like, it's a little bit of a shame. That map puzzle seemed like it was going to be really fun with so much story and 3 different descriptions of walking through the forest. I thought it was going to be one of those things where we'd have to triangulate all 3 descriptions of travels to pinpoint one location, but it really seemed like we only needed the one. The 2 pointing us to the cabin were not necessary. Now, what do you think would have happened if we gave her the location of the cabin? Would she have said, I don't know what you're talking about? Like, that was a real flaw. Like, if you want to make it immersive, when we give her a location, she should go there. And there should be a reply set if she goes and doesn't find anything. And there should be a reply set if we send her to these places. Like, if you send her to where the crows are, she should tell you that she hears the crows. If you send her where the cabin is, something should happen, or at the very least it should tell you, like, I got lost. Wouldn't it be more fun though if every place you told her to go had some response? Like, you send her to the White Rock. Like, what if I send her a new message? I'm tempted, but it's gonna break the immersion if she replies. And it says, come on, let's look in the next box. Okay, I'm going to keep this map out. All right, let's open the next box. Box 5. 5 of 6. Okay. Is someone updating her blog? Does she schedule some posts? Jonathan says, this was a little anticlimactic in terms of audio clip. All right, let's see. 8 items. You can see already Rosemary's in trouble because it says letter from Anthony. All right. So last we heard, Rosemary was in the forest with her dog. And we just received a letter in the mail. What have we got? Okay, so it's a hat. Maybe it's the beanie. This is the school that Liam went to. It's got something in it, though, something heavy. So it's got a thing in here. Actually, look at that. I was just looking at this as a joke. I was going to say, like, it's made in China or whatever. But in fact, there actually is something written on this label of this hat. Can you see that? It says LHK. South Woodland Academy, established 1789, but he actually wrote on it. It's Liam's beanie, and he actually wrote a secret message on it. I guess with Hunt to Killer, you really, with such high production, You really got to assume they could be hiding stuff in here. LHK is Liam's monogram. Liam Hudson Kent. Okay, well done. The two of you. His initials. But I still think they're going to be quite possibly useful for us in solving something. Okay, good catch. Well, there's his hat, and you could wear this around town. This is why you're paying for this hunt-a-killer. You've got a new hat to wear. All right, so in his hat were Nathan's Cigarettes, original, established 1862. Put your faith in Nathan. This says, Nathan's Cigarettes is a proud family-owned, family-friendly company. Nathaniel and Sophia Herman, alongside their children, Una, Julian, and Mary, are committed to rolling the freshest and most delectable cigarettes. We kindly invite you to kick back, light up, join the Herman family. Then it's got a number down here. 91, 121, 238. What's that all about? $91, 121, 238. I'm gonna write that down. Cigarettes. 91, 121, 238. Feels like leather. And if we open it, what do we find? I wonder if we shouldn't be reading this yet. Let's read our introduction where he tells us where he found that before I start reading it. Investigator. I'm just now realizing I've never properly introduced myself to you. I'm Anthony Rapinoe, and I'm a friend of the Kent family. I need your help, or more accurately, Rosemary needs your help. When Rosemary left, she promised me she'd only be in the woods for a single night. As though that would be any comfort to me at all. Nevertheless, it's been far longer than that, and she still hasn't returned. I've spent the past day practically turning her place upside down looking for your contact info, which I eventually discovered once I figured out the password to her laptop. Don't worry, I wasn't trespassing. After Liam disappeared, Rosemary gave me a key to her house so that I could show myself in from time to time. Usually just to check in on her and sometimes to help out with cooking and cleaning when dealing with the investigation got to be too much for her. Speaking of investigations, Sheriff Lanning isn't even returning my calls anymore. Over the course of the past year, an entire family has disappeared on his watch, and he just seems to want to be able to move on from it. I've been searching through the forest alone every day, and I've managed to find a number of notes that seem to have come from Rosemary, alongside a number of items and files that simply shouldn't exist. As if that wasn't already strange enough, in some of the papers I found, Rosemary describes hiding in an abandoned lumber mill. There used to be a lumber mill in the woods, but it was abandoned in the 1950s and demolished over a decade ago. On top of all these eerie circumstances, it appears as though someone or something has been interfering with Rosemary's personal website. There are new posts being made on a regular basis. I can't even tell if Rosemary has somehow managed to connect to the internet out there, or if it's not her at all, because the text itself appears to be so corrupted. Whenever I try to make it out, my vision goes blurry and I'm overwhelmed with such a profound sense of dread that I reflexively slam my laptop shut. Maybe you'll have better luck making sense of the sight. What I have been able to make out from her notes, although it doesn't quite make sense to me, is that Rosemary seems to have written about needing to find a 5-digit code in order to progress on her journey through the woods. The best and perhaps the only thing that we can do for her right now is to find the code and send it to her. I know that it's a long shot and that it's crazy to ask you to help with any of this at this point, but I'm used to being the crazy one, and if I were to hazard a guess, I'd say that you must be getting used to it too. Perhaps Rosemary will be able to receive information through her tip line. I have to believe she will be, because it's our only hope at this point. Whatever is happening out there, Rosemary's in imminent danger. There's no time to waste. Please help me see her through this. Signed, Anthony. All right. So, again, we're at a situation where it says, to complete this episode, decipher all code messages, help Rosemary. When you know the 5-digit code, return to here and log in. But we're going to disobey that, and we're going to visit the website now to see the creepiness of her mess blogs and then return. So let us return to the website, and we're going to do that by going to the base website, and it'll ask us for the password again, and we're going to put in the new password for today. Everyone agrees with this plan? Anna does. She says yes. Blogs first. Invalid password. Okay, what did I do? Typed it in wrong? Password is sticks and stones 15. Okay. Here we go. It's all weirded out and glitched out. So it's all weirded out up here. His image is all glitched out. And then what have we got here? Actual blog posts have that same problem, but we've got some binary here. So if you remember, the blog posts give the day and the time. It looks like those might be timestamps. So are they all the same? They're all the same. They're all 0001011100. So I thought they might be timestamps. Oh, but look, you can actually read some of the text here. You can't read the text of the first one, but then the second one says, please help, please help, please help, please help, please help, please help, please help. That's awfully scary. Okay, so please help, please help, please help, please help, please help. And then it gets scrambled as it goes on. I guess the earliest one would be down at the bottom. So at the bottom one, she says, I finally have a connection. The hotspot I bought is working, but I don't know for how long. It's connected. It's for seconds at a time, but never long enough for me to send a post. If I don't come back, know that I went out fighting. Give all my books to Anthony Rapinoe and everything else to my sister. Okay, then she follows up later. The map was right and the path was sure, but the land is wrong, wrong, wrong. Nothing comes in, nothing goes out, no sun, no service, no salvation, just static and sadness. Where is the sun? Where are the children? Where am I? Who am I? What am I? Whoa, her whole mind has gotten messed up in the forest. And then please help, please help, please help. And then look at this. It's getting corrupted. I wonder... if there's any clue in how it's getting corrupted, you can see it almost looks like from here that the letters are getting just scrambled in order. Like this, please help, please help, please help. These are just the letters scrambled in order. So if that's happening here too, which it looks like it, I think maybe this top one is just anagrammed letters so that we could rearrange these. Although if you base it on this one, at the end here, they're not respecting, well, they're kind of respecting words. Like this please is staying in a word, help is staying in a word. In fact, these last two are just, no, they're not just reversed. But here, this please help. Yeah, okay, so they're actually respecting word boundaries. So here, this is going to be leave. We, the first word is we, and then we something, leave, we cannot. We cannot leave, we cannot die, we can only do what she lets us. We cannot leave, we cannot die, we can only do what she lets us. All right, well, that's pretty terrifying. That's a pretty terrifying story. What she tells us, Jonathan says, not lets us, tells us. You're right, 2 L's, tells us. All right, good work, Jonathan, correcting me. And let's see. Anna said she thinks she saw some rocks and mountains in the background, possibly. Can you click on that? All right, let's see if there's any posts on next door. Yes, there are. Okay, we saw these before. Okay, so there is one new though. It's this one. The Kent Family Curse. Who's writing this? Karen Schlotz. Karen Schultz. I had a friend in college, Christina Schatz. Kent Family Curse. I told you all they were cursed, and none of you blinked an eye. First, the husband dies in that horrific accident, then the children go missing, and now the wife can't be found. It's more than bad luck. Shelley Frost said, Rosemary's gone now too? When is the last time anyone saw or heard from her? What is the sheriff doing to address this new development? How has he let things get this dire? The sheriff's uncle would never have stood for any of this. Emmett Lanning would have fought tooth and nail to save that entire family from the very beginning. This town has gone nowhere but downhill ever since West took over the mantle of sheriff. All right, let's remember the uncle's name was Emmett. River of Young, who I don't think we've heard from before, says maybe Rosemary realized that there was nothing left for her here and moved away, just like her older sister did. Isn't that the most rational explanation after all? Alexander Johnson says, a few days ago I saw her car parked by the edge of the woods, completely empty. Got a rational explanation for that? I reported to Sheriff Lanning, of course, and he just seemed sad and tired to hear about it. Andrea Tan, our famous rational scientist, says, come on, Karen. You don't really think the family is cursed, do you? What does the sheriff say? She hasn't been gone too long. There really is no reason to panic. Elias White says, if you ask me, Rosemary started this whole thing, getting the town worked up and nervous when she's been the one behind it all. I mean, look at the facts. We all know that family has been falling apart since Hudson passed. We all know, look at the facts. We all know family's been falling apart since Hudson passed. Then the children go missing, and now all of a sudden she goes missing too. I smell foul play. We've spent all this time out checking the woods. Who's to say we shouldn't have been looking in the Kent family basement the whole time? Maybe Rosemary's finally finished with the sick plan she'd been plotting out all along, and now she's halfway across the country with a stolen car, a new name, and a different haircut. Alexander Johnson said, I'd bet anything that one of us is next. Family curse or not, there's no way that this horrible wave of tragedy is going to end with the Kents. Curtis Wilson says, everyone needs to calm down. Sure, weird things are happening, but weird things have always happened. My family's lived here for generations. We've always minded our own business and kept our heads down, and we've all been fine. No matter how strange things get, as long as we avoid going into the forest after dark, we'll be fine. I'm sure that's where the Kent boys went astray, poor things. Maybe it's where Rosemary and Hud went wrong too. Gregory Wilson says, Curtis is right. The worst things that have happened to folks, all the well and truly unexplainable deaths and disappearances, and even the sightings of unnatural creatures, all of those have only happened past dark. We're all fine as long as we're safe in our homes by dusk. Anthony Rapinoe of the museum, the family friend, says, hey, I've seen everyone talking over these past few days. I feel the need to remind you all that Rosemary's still out there in those woods. We can still find her. She would look for any of us if we were missing, and you all know it. Rosemary organized the past 4 town festivals practically all by herself. She was there to help clean up after the museum caught fire. She was one of the biggest hearts out of all of us. She's always been there for us. We need to be there for her. Sarah Schroeder says, I'm sorry for your loss, Anthony, but I think that you need to take a deep breath and come to terms with reality. We still haven't gotten any information about the goings-on of the forest or any of the odd occurrences of the town. It's unfortunate that what has happened to you Kents, but we need to move on from this terrible tragedy as a community. Harriet Gillard, who we know, says, disappearances aren't new here. This panic isn't new. This town is a graveyard. Our tombs are marked. It's only a matter of time. Whether we stay out or not, the woods will take us all. Harriet. All right, well, oh, don't make me do this again. I was going to say, since the website is all glitched, is it possible that any of the other older posts or other older pictures got corrupted? Probably not, though, right? There's the photos of what we found previously. Nothing changed there. The photos of missing Liam. Nothing changed there. All right, so the stuff that's older doesn't look like it got messed with. Doesn't look like there's any secret messages on the website to deal with. Past entries are still fine. All right, so I think that's it for the website. It's just when we're ready to do it. And it says, on that happy note, all right, so Anthony said there's a 5-digit code we need to send to her. We don't know what it's about. We don't know what it is. How does he know there's a 5-digit code? This is what I've been able to make out from her notes. She needs to find a 5-digit code in order to progress on her journey. Do we still feel good about Anthony? Like, he does seem like he cares about the family, so I guess he's not bad. Something like my old suspicions make me paranoid about him, but he hasn't demonstrated anything but loyalty to the family, so. All right. And they're talking about an old lumber mill that went out of business in the 50s. I guess that's this place, right? I mean, that's what used to be Creekside Timber. So I think that's the lumber mill. All right. Boy, it's gotten stressful. I guess these are her... Whoa, we got a whole bunch of notes from her. Double-sided even. Okay, these look like notes from Rosemary, contemporaneous with when she was in the forest. I don't know how long ago that's been. All right, so let's scan through our documents here. We've got a bunch of notes from Rosemary. Maybe she's going to talk about why she needs this 5-digit code. Then it looks like someone took some rubbings, and it looks like from that crayon we found, and it's in the code we know how to read from Carver. Feels like Carver is possessed by the witch. They're losing faith in you. You're too foolish to accept fate. Your children have, your husband has. Now it is your turn. Okay, so we know how to decipher these. This is pretty cryptic and thematic. Whether there's a secret message on here, we don't know where this was found. Maybe we'll get told. Then we've got reports from the old timber lumber company. That's pretty cool. I like the way this thing is got things that are at different places in time. So we lost a light here. That's the curse of the witch. Turned off our light. I like that we've got things from current day and then things from way back in the past. And these are reports from the old timber mill from 1956. So 2 reports from the timber mill. An incident report and report on the working conditions. That's what spurred them to make this map, you'll remember. Let's just quickly look through these and see what they look like. There's some detailed text. Lots of incidents happening on the timber yard. And one of the pages has got some this is interesting. So the back of this page of this incident report, most of them have nothing, but the back of this one says this history committee invites scholarly papers, first-hand accounts, the understanding of the world's vertical flight history. Very weird. Physics-based modeling. How weird is this? It's got email addresses of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. It's got full phone numbers and email addresses. One of them is to an army email address, mail.mil. This really is weird. And 1802 phone numbers, 1256 phone numbers, long distance phone numbers. Could it possibly be that this is not part of the game? Surely not. But boy, that's weird. Wow, that's weird. All right, well, maybe it'll make sense when we read that. Very strange. I wonder if that's not even unrelated to the game, just a mistake in paper, but I've never seen such a thing. All right. Well, and then we've got this. I think we're going to read this after we read the notes from Rosemary. So let me put these aside for a second. Maybe Rosemary will tell us about these other things. Because we're told that Anthony found a bunch of stuff in their house and maybe in the forest. Papers I found. Okay. I don't know if these are in an order. No sign of my boys or of Carver, not yet. Why is it blinking? Why is it going in and out? Are we in the good camera? I need some kind of, you can't tell here, some sort of watermark to let me know when it's in the good camera sometimes. No sign of my boys or of Carver, not yet. It's been slow going in the dark, but I must have traveled at least a few miles north. In the morning, I'll head deeper. For now, Tank and I have made camp. If Hud could see me struggle to set up his old tent, I'd never hear the end of it. Tank is in his element out here. It always surprises me how quickly he takes to these woods. Never fed a dog before that didn't overreact. Never had a dog before that didn't overreact to every creak in the distance. He almost seems like he's keeping watch for me. Even when I'm not holding his leash, he just sticks by my side. Next entry. It started around 3 a.m. Distant first, voices whispering. They sounded so young, I thought of Tristan, but none of the voices were his. How many children are out here? I wonder if she's talking about the whispering area on the map. She says, how many children are out here? Tried to call out to them, but it came back as a croak. My voice felt trapped far back in my throat. When I was finally able to ask who was there, the voices didn't answer. Maybe they couldn't hear me? They sounded so close, though, like they were just outside my tent. When I unzipped the tent, the whispering faded to silence. I shined my flashlight out, but there was nothing. That's when I noticed Tank was sitting alert. He's usually such a deep sleeper, but he must have heard something too. I only just managed to get him calmed down. Gonna try to sleep a little more and leave at sunrise. Boy, this is creepy. Just woke up, went outside to find Liam's hat placed neatly by the front entrance to my tent. Even though I know with total certainty that it's just Carver mocking me, I'm still holding on to it like a totem. That's the hat we got. I can feel my blood boiling inside of me. Don't know how much sleep I've gotten because the sun still hasn't come up. The clock on my phone must be wrong. It says it's 1 in the afternoon. Doesn't make any sense. Either way, I don't want to sleep anymore. Time to get moving. Next page. He's trying to scare me. After I packed up camp, Tank and I walked for hours and hours. The deeper we walked into the woods, the less I could see the sky through the canopy of leaves above me. Couldn't even hear the wind. That's when we found a clearing surrounded by tall, thin trees whose trunks were engraved like headstones. I don't understand. It's having a little bit of trouble. It's like moving around. Why is that? That's when we found a clearing surrounded by tall, thin trees whose trunks were engraved like headstones. I didn't understand what all of the carvings on them said, but the messages on a few of those trees couldn't be clearer. I took some rubbings of the carvings just to prove to myself that I wasn't seeing things. It's a good thing that I did because they disappeared the moment I looked away from them. Okay, so she's saying she took these rubbings. I think he's trying to make me turn back. It's not going to happen. What would I be going back to? There's nothing there, not anymore. Tank is exhausted. We're stopping more for his benefit than mine, though I admit it's getting to me. First Hudson, then Liam and Tristan, all my boys gone. When I get our sons back, I'll never take my eyes off them again, Hud, I promise. Just a little further, I know it. This is all on her stationery. The voices are back. They sound closer. I wonder if it's because it's green on green that it's flickering a little bit, like it's having a little bit of trouble understanding where my markers' backgrounds are. It's pretty remarkable that it's actually still working on this green background, to be honest. Yeah, I think that was it. Voices are back. They sound closer. Next entry. The sun isn't going to rise again. I thought it was almost dawn again. I was wrong. It's just dark now. It's just dark. Something just tried to get in. I woke up to the sound of Tank barking and realized that something was dragging against the tent, scraping against the plastic. I kicked at it, but I just felt air where my boot should have connected with flesh. He stopped the scratching, though. Sometimes I can see my phone catch a signal for a moment, like the outside world is reaching in to pull me back. But inevitably, the bars disappear and the outside world is pushed away again. By the woods, by him, or by her. Boy, that's creepy. Whatever or whoever he is, I don't care. I can't do this anymore. It's like my mind is playing tricks on me. Anna says those glitches that I was experiencing with the wavering text, it was the witches. Okay. Can't do this anymore. It's like my mind is playing tricks on me. I think something is out here with me, something besides Carver watching me. It's coming closer day by day. I can hear it breathing. I don't know what it's waiting for. There are times when I can see a light through the trees, flickering, fire. Each time I've run towards it, hoping it was Carver's campfire. I lower my head and bolt, but the light always burns out just before I can reach it. Like a cruel joke. It's the only light I ever see besides my own flashlight. There is no more sun anymore. No more dog time. Daytime. No more daytime. No more sun anymore. No more daytime. I can't do this. No. That's enough feeling sorry for myself. I better get moving. Someone told us this thing about how, like, don't look at the light, but then look at the light is your only savior. That was weird. She's pretty strong-willed. She's going on. Tank started growling at a bush, and when I pointed my flashlight, I saw a pale white hand with only 2 fingers covered in blood. Looked like the hand of a drowned person, like something that hadn't seen sunlight for years. As soon as the beam of my flashlight hit the hand, it flinched away as it made this terrible groaning noise, like an angry animal on a wounded man at the same time. I ran in the opposite direction and Tank followed. This dog better not get hurt. Oh, that's when I found this building. It looks abandoned. I'm hunkered down in the entryway for now. The door won't open, but I think there's a window. I might be able to get through. Ugh, she at the cabin? Well, I got Tank and myself in, but I managed to cut my leg on a piece of glass that was sticking out of the window pane in the process. Thankfully, I was smart enough to bring a first aid kit. Bleeding hasn't completely stopped yet, and it hurts like hell, but I think I might be okay. So blood dripping in the cabin, great. I think I'll be able to walk on it. I'm going to try to explore a little bit in a few minutes. Next entry. It looks like this place used to be a logging company. Okay, she's not in the cabin. She's in perhaps the logging company main buildings or at the outpost. It looks like this place used to be a logging company. There's an axe embedded in the wall, and most of the furniture has been flipped. Scorch marks on the walls and floors. I found records amongst all the carnage. They paint a pretty vivid picture of what happened here before all of this. I suppose the Woods retook this place after it was abandoned, although I'd feel relatively safe in here compared to outside. But I'm gonna need to move on soon. No time to waste. And she's in some place where there's no more daytime. I managed to limp up the half-rotted stairs to the rooftop to try to get the lay of the land. At first, I saw nothing on the horizon but trees. But then I noticed the light again, the flickering light of a campfire. I know where I have to go from here, toward that fire. If Tristan and Liam aren't there, they aren't anywhere. I noticed something else on that rooftop, though. Though it was the groaning sound of that creature somewhere on the building's perimeter. I noticed something else on that rooftop, though. Period. It was the groaning sound of that creature somewhere on the building's perimeter. And then there was the sound of another and another. I think the building is surrounded. The only way forward is going to be through them. Next entry. They're scratching at the front door and at the windows, and it's making Tank go absolutely ballistic. My leg hurts. God, I wish I had a cigarette right now. They hate the light, the hand that I saw in the woods, and now these things outside. When I shine my flashlight in an area where they're scratching, they all back away from the light, and even Tank calms down a little, like he senses they're a little further away. Last page. I saw a mention of a breaker room in some of the reports, so I tracked it down. If I can manage to get inside, I'm gonna find and flood this place with light. It might clear enough of a path for me to run straight to Carver's campfire. Thing is, the door's been outfitted with a hefty combination lock. Nothing can ever be easy, can it? To add insult to injury, I thought I'd managed to find a pack of cigarettes right around the breaker room, but the second I picked it up, I could tell it was empty. 5 digits. If any luck, it's hidden around here somewhere. I'd better get started. And then she trailed off. She picked up a cigarette case. It was empty, and she needs to find the 5 digits to be able to throw the breaker and turn on the light. All right, well, that was very creepy. But now we can check out the cigarette case she found. And she found all those documents from the lumber yard. All right, well, let's see what was in this cigarette case now. It's got codes on the back. We don't know what they're about. All right. Whose stationery is this written on? Okay, nerve-wracking. I can hear those things at night, slinking around, scratching up against the walls, moaning like dying men. They want us to know that the only thing keeping them out is the light. If anything ever happens to the breaker room, if the power ever goes out, then that's it. We lose the only thing that keeps them away at night, and then they'll get us just like they got James. This is clearly written by someone who worked in this timber company back in the day, and these creatures were there then. Like it got James. They called it an accident in the official report, but we all know that isn't true. I can hear their screams when I'm out there. The people who have died and who are dying and who haven't died yet and who will never die. Ripples through time, stuck in place like the rings of a tree. James is one of them now. Maybe he always has been. Everything's all mixed up, even my brain. I can't remember my life before I walked into this forest. I can't remember the faces of my brother and sister. I can barely tell when I'm awake or when I'm dreaming anymore. The fear is too much, the sound of their scratching at the window panes and her whispering in my ear. But all that matters is that I remember the 5 numbers. As long as I follow 5 steps, I'll always be able to reach the light. And then here are his 5 steps, and they look like they're just letters rearranged. This looks like it might be the street that something like, that looks like it might say wounded men. The street light that bled like wounded men. Adam lost as, can't even read the letters of that. Lost as much as the stopped. Adam lost as much as the stopped. Again, I have trouble reading what some of those letters are. Stopped clock. When he something, please, when he life. Adam lost as much as the stopped clock. Lost as much as the stopped clock? Does that make sense? Adam lost as much as the stopped clock when he... I don't know what this word... FLEI? File? Please? I'm not sure about that one. Fell asleep? When he fell asleep. Good. Good, Logan. Adam lost as much as the stopped clock when he fell asleep. Lost as much as the stopped clock. Okay. What does this one say? There's something in something. There's something in something. The something, not send, dense, something, dense to be, something to light the way. John says maybe just transcribe these on a note as we do them. Yeah, okay. If someone wants to write these down as we do it, there's something dense to be something to light the way. This line 4 says, all the fires he lit to keep them away. And 5 says, 1 week before the something was founded. 1 week before the something was founded. You would think this would be the timber yard or the download is what Logan said. Doesn't make sense though. 1 week before the download was founded. Does it not say founded? All right, if I follow these 5 steps, I'll always be able to reach the light. Nothing else in my back. All right, let's try to write these down as we can best decipher them. Okay, so we're gonna call these the 5 steps. 5 steps, and we'll try to walk through them again as we make sense of them. Okay, let's zoom into them. All right, and I haven't reversed these so I can see them. Okay. The number 1 is the trees what that bled like wounded men. Okay, 2 says Adam, it's a capital A, lost Where did I go? Lost as when is it? Lost as much as the stopped clock when he fell asleep. 3, there's, what's the next word after theirs? John says this might be hints of what to look for in the reports to get the 5 digits. Yes, each one of these is going to have a number. Could be a location, could be in our reports. Okay, there's something in something, period. The something dense to be something to light the way. 4 says all the fires he lit to keep them away. And then 5 is 1 week before the something was founded. This sounds like it might be in the report. Week before the, I guess we're gonna find this mentioned somewhere, but as Logan pointed out, it does map to download. Okay, and then in 3, I see in the chat is there's strength in numbers. So let's look at 3 again. There's strength, good. There's strength. Strength in numbers. Good. There's strength in numbers. Let's see if you guys have figured out the rest. Woodland. John says for number 5, he says 1 week before the woodland is his guess. Is down here. I like that as a guess, better than download. So woodland is a good guess. Okay, how about number 3 finishing up? Let's see what the chat says. Logan says, yes, Jonathan, woodland. And Antina says the family. I like it. Let's go back to 3. The family needs, not dense. So not dense. Family needs. The family needs to be together? Yes, it is together. The family needs to be together to light the way. So the what family? That's going to be, it's not a name because it's not capitalized. So what is it? Unless it is a name. N-A-L-T-M-E-R. The Nalter. So how would we redo that? What? Do we have a name? Are we told who built the woods? There is a capital H in that? There is a capital H in the. That's because it starts a sentence, I guess. But there's no capital letter in the name of the family. That makes me think it's not a name of a family. The something family needs to be get together to write the way. So you might expect it to say something like the entire family, the it started with A, it would be. Oh, I see. Jonathan says actually it's not. Jonathan, someone is saying yes. Jonathan's saying it's not an A, an L, and a T. It's an H. So it's actually NAHMER, which would mean the H would come first. So it could be a name of a family that starts with an H. That's pretty good, Jonathan. I think you're right. NAHMER. So a name of a family that starts with H. So probably we're going to encounter that family name as makers of the owners of the lumber yard or something. There'll be something like Hanmer or Harmon. Okay, good. Trees that bled like wounded men. Adam lost as much as the stopped clock when he fell asleep. Their strength in numbers. All the fires he lit to keep them away, and 1 week before the woodland was founded. So you can see how these would all be numbers, right? Like how many fires did he light? Number 4. Number 5 might be a date. Number 3, the family needs to be together. So how many members of this family? And Logan says he guessed the name of this family is Herman. I think that's a very good guess. I forget if we've heard explicitly that name, but we're going to know it soon. Okay, so this might be the number of members of this family. And then somewhere we're going to hear about how much time he lost when he fell asleep, and then how many trees bled. And I think Jonathan was right about how these are all going to be in the incidents. We're going to find the numbers of all these. Love it. Excellent teamwork. Very well done. Very well reasoned. I think we've got our course set out for us now. All right, I've switched one of the plugins that I wrote for OBS that I made a video about is a plugin that docks to the screen. It shows me in big letters how much time I've spent in each session. But when I went and fixed the audio, I turned that off screen by accident. So I don't know how much time it's been in this session, but I'm going to assume it's time for a break. So we're going to take an 8-minute break. I'll fix that. We'll come back and we'll start digging into the incident reports. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It is 2 a.m. and we've just figured out the basis for solving this box's code. Seems like we should be able to locate that information pretty easily, but we've got a bunch more to read. It is creepy. They're like lost in space and time in this forest with creatures tracking them down, trying to kill them. We've now traveled a little bit back in time to the 50s to hear about this timber company and this guy who's sort of gone insane hiding out there, and it's the light that keeps them away. And now Rosemary needs the code to get into the breaker room so she can throw the lights. And in fact, if we look here, we can see they had electricity. We don't know which house she's in. You know there was a window. You might guess she'd be in this house. The rest of them have these big barn doors, so it might be in this house. But she is. Although, could she be... So she couldn't be here. They don't have electricity here. So now we know where they are. I guess she was on her way to the witch's hut. And that's the campfire she sees, maybe, where Carver is. It's just she can't get to it because she's hidden out here. The creatures are all surrounding it. Dogs barking. She needs us to get her the code so she can get out of there. All right. Is everyone back? The chat has gone quiet. I guess everyone's taking their responsibilities seriously to get themselves a new cup of tea, stretch. Two comments before we start. One regarding stretching. I don't know how many people are plagued here by back issues. It seems to be something common when you get older. Someone taught me a back stretch that really makes a difference if my back is acting up. It hasn't been acting up for a couple years, but occasionally it does act up. And that is, it's like cobra pose or whatever. You lie on your stomach and then you raise your hand up. You basically go in a U. You try to raise your head up as much as you can and your feet up as much as you can. I don't think the feet make too much of a difference, but you basically arch your back as much as you possibly can, and that brings very quick relief to any lower back pain I have. The second thing I was thinking, when the break comes, I normally go out, I'll get the tea, and maybe I'll eat something quickly. And I will just say, one of the only sacrifices that the YouTube channel, the only thing that has dented is my consumption of snacks while gaming. That used to be like when I go to a movie, the main reason I'm going to the movie is to eat snacks, popcorn and chocolate pretzels or something. And the real thing that the YouTube channel has put a dent in is my snacking during game playing. You could argue that's for the better or worse, I don't know. All right. So I think we are ready to... Let's first decode the message on this big etched out thing. The etchings she took, the rubbings she took, and decode some of it. You have to say, I mean, I don't know. I don't smoke. Maybe if you smoke, this would be a fun thing to have and carry around. I guess you could carry other things in here. But it's pretty elaborate prop. I mean, and a full hat. It's crazy the quality of the props for this game. They really don't add anything from my standpoint, but it's sort of impressive. It does feel like wasted money, though. You can see by what they do. Like there's always a... What's the one that there's always... Like there's always a keychain and stuff. like they're going to the sites that make branded promotional items, and they get some of each. So like a hat and a. So yeah, okay. All right, let's translate this. Where is our translation guide? So these were the rubbings on the trees. Let's write it out. All right. So from top to bottom, what have we got here? It's going to take us a while to remember how to translate. I can almost translate this without looking at it. We've got U, and then it's the P, E, T, E. What's the plus? N. Feels like I've mistranslated something. Oh, I missed it. You pretend to. This is a weird one we haven't seen much of. Which is this one? I think that's our R. You pretend to. Oh, that's our B. Yeah. You pretend to be. Wait, is it better like this? Yeah, okay. Maybe you need to see this. Okay, you pretend to be so STRONG. You pretend to be so strong, but I SEE I see YOU I see you TREMB I see you tremble WEN. That's an H. I see you tremble when you THINK when you think YOU apostrophe RE you think you're, then that is an AL when you think you're alone. You pretend to be so strong, but I see you tremble when you think you're alone. You're losing faith in you. Okay, next up. You, WILL, you will, NOT, you will not win, period. What's that one again? S something E. I forget what that one is. R? No. S something E. Why am I drawing a blank on this? That's S, right? I do recognize this now. I'm just trying to remember what it was. That was a C, wasn't it? No. The hell is, oh, that's our H. She. Sorry, that should have been obvious. She is the Only. She is the only one who ever. She is. You will not win. She is the only one who ever wins in the WOODS. You will not win. She is the only one who ever wins in the woods. You're too foolish to accept fate. Your children have, your husband has, now it is your turn. Okay, and then we've got a bunch of ones that have no English alongside them. Okay. THE. That's the frying pan, which is R. There is NO. That's our B one. Nobody left. There is nobody left. FOR for you. That one says there's nobody left for you. Which is upside down. This way, I guess. That one is our NOB. Nobody. AND. Nobody and NOTHING. Nobody and nothing. That one says nobody and nothing. Okay. This one said, can you read this as fast as I can now, you guys? It's TI. Which one is that? M. It's time. That's T. What's that? It's time to LE let go. It's time to let go. Last message right here says WEL. What's this one? You might not have this in front of you. Is that our COME? Welcome. TOM. That must. Oh, that's not our LK. That's our H. Welcome home. Welcome home. Are we related to the witch? Is that what's happening? Or related to the someone? Alright, well that's pretty creepy. Let's take a look at it again. You pretend to be so strong, but I see you tremble when you think you're alone. They're losing faith in you. You will not win. She is the only one who ever wins in the woods. You're too foolish to accept fate. Your children have, your husband has, now it's your turn. There is nobody left for you. It's time to let go. No, there's nobody left for you. Nobody and nothing. It's time to let go. Welcome home. They really don't like Rosemary. Yeah, it seems like this was all about getting Rosemary into the woods, doesn't it? Like they don't even care about the kids. And even Carver said, I like to reunite families. I like to reunite families, he said. I think this family, the Kent family, is the witch's family, maybe. Although, why would they hate her? Or it's Propriety's family, maybe. I wonder if it's Propriety, Good Neighbor's family that the Kents are. Like the lock of hair, and then they want them all there with them. I don't know, but okay, let's put this away. Hannah says Rosemary must be the great-granddaughter of the judge. That's kind of what I'm thinking now. I'm thinking that this is a family member of the judge or the judge's wife. And this is all about getting her into the forest. Killed the husband when the husband was in the forest. Then took the sons, and now they're going to kill the Rosemary. I like the theory. All right. So now we're going to start digging into the logging reports, looking for our 5-digit number. To remind you, we've got a couple of things. First of all, the hat said LHK, Liam Hudson Kent. Does it matter that we have his initials, or was that just for fun? We don't know. The cigarette back has a weird set of 3 numbers on it. 91, 121, 238. I don't know what that's about. But it's certainly not our 5-digit number. And then in the note in the cigarette case, we found what we believe is going to be the 5 codes to the door, because he's telling himself, the guy who wrote them, that he needs to remember, he's sort of losing his mind, but he needs to remember those 5 digits to get into the breaker house so he can turn on the lights. So long as I follow the 5 steps, I'll always be able to reach the light. Okay, and then we've written those out here. So that's what we're going to be looking for, the numbers associated with these 5 steps at the top. Okay. And Tina says Kent is probably the husband's name. Her maiden name will tell us. And maybe the witch tried first with the sister and failed. I like it. I think you're making some sense that we don't know Kent's maiden name. And I wonder if that's going to be Good Neighbor. I like the theory. Or, yeah, Good Neighbor. Although we don't know the wife's, the Judge Good Neighbor's wife's maiden name, but maybe they're just the Good Neighbor name is all we care about. All right. Hudson was the guess by me, but don't forget, Hudson is the first name of the husband. All right, so let's get to it. Here's the report on the working conditions of the Creekside Timber Company, and then we've got incident reports. So let's read the shorter one first. Creekside Timber Company, report on working conditions. Remember that the person who did the map, we're told, was commissioned to do the map after all these incidents were happening at the timber company. So this is getting back to that part of the story. Inspector was Frederick Millard, June 21st, 1956. He says, I was initially called in by the state of Maryland to perform an incident analysis in the case of a worker's death at the Creekside Timber Company's Black Hills Forest facility. During my inspection, I noted concrete widespread evidence of failure to observe basic security protocols, unsafe working conditions throughout the facility, and a pattern of wildly inappropriate behavior from nearly all of the site's employees. I've also noted some sort of hysteria affecting the workers, the psychological effects of which seem to predate the death of James Berman. Okay, so here's James that was mentioned in our cigarette guy. He says, they'll get me just like they got James. Right there, he says, just like they got James. So that's the report we're hearing about here. Let me put this one out of the way. Okay, so here he is continuing. So I may have to put something behind this. Okay, inspection of the wood chipper. I focused much of my initial inspection on the wood chipper involved in the Creekside employee's death. A thorough examination revealed nothing faulty with the machine itself. However, during my inspection, I discovered no fewer than 7 children's handprints upon the lower third of the machine's outer body. Foreman John Martell claimed to have no knowledge of any children's presence and further claimed that the machine had not been touched since the accident. I find myself dubious of this claim on both fronts, as the handprints appeared to be fresh. Whatever substance they were made from was wet, viscous, and warm to the touch. The discovery of these handprints prompted me to search the entire facility for further evidence of the presence of children. I soon came to observe additional handprints inside the break room, foreman's office, 2 bathrooms, and most perplexingly of all, on the ceiling directly above a secretary's desk. It was at this point in my inspection when, as I looked upon the handprint on the ceiling, a rusted light fixture very nearly fell upon my head. Had I been standing 3 feet to the left, I would have sustained a grave injury. Although the handprints covered the facility, no further evidence of the presence of children turned up during my inspection. However, the evidence of the presence of minors on the premises is irrefutable and damning. To allow young children on the premises at all, let alone near such a dangerous piece of machinery, is an unconscionable oversight on the part of Creekside management. Okay, here's his next report. Observation on the psychological effects upon employees. During my inspection of Creekside Timber Company, I also observed significant and alarming abnormalities in the behavior of its employees. On my tour with Foreman John Martell, I heard multiple workers whisper things to the effect of me not belonging there. That I could at least understand being in a small town, in a small town, and with the recent accident, I represented the possibility of a shutdown and therefore a lost paycheck. But some of those remarks moved beyond simple hostility and into the nonsensical and unnerving. I heard one man say that I should stand in the corner, and another that I would listen when she tells me to leave. Boy, the witch has got her hooks into this place. That's scary. Stand in the corner. That makes me creeped out thinking about the movie. I have also repeatedly observed workers behaving negligently. Multiple men appeared to be staring off into the woods while operating dangerous machinery such as wood chippers and saws, and while swinging axes. When I approached to reprimand them for their actions, these workers all responded with slight confusion, followed by disbelief and denial that they had indeed been staring into the distance at all. I also observed one worker counting his own 10 fingers. He did this multiple times. He would seem satisfied with this number and then count again. When I asked him what he was doing, he seemed to snap out of a stupor and said in all seriousness, Just wanted to make sure it was all still there. We know in the forest, she said there was a guy with 2 fingers, right? So, like, is that this guy? That's creepy. Okay, next page. Nothing on the back of that one. Here's a report on the working conditions. Many of the men I spoke to over the course of my inspection seem to have bought into a superstition about rocks of all things. They claim to fear the appearance of small piles of stones as omens of death and injury. I happened to find one such pile just outside my own automobile as I was finishing my inspection. There were no signs of damage, simply piles of rocks outside my door, on my hood, and on my roof. I can only assume this was a pathetic attempt at a practical joke by a disgruntled employee. Additionally, nearly everyone on the company's payroll reports missing time, of which there is seemingly some evidence. Mr. Martel showed me employee complaints with time discrepancies no one could understand. The times shown on the cards did not match what employees reported, nor the amount of time of work they were supposed to have completed in that time, Others have worked for what feels to be an entire day, but returned with no more timber than they'd chop in an hour. Men shown clocking in for only an hour claim to have worked their entire shifts and have returned with a day's full of wood. When I asked Mr. Martel if this discrepancy could be the result of human error or if he could have found himself the butt of a practical joke, he said he trusted his men implicitly. An inspection of the timekeeping machine also proved it to be in perfect working order. Okay. Here's another report on the presence of an unknown, possibly toxic substance. Found at the Creekside Timber Company was what many of the men have referred to as a strange slime leaking from the trees. I interviewed the man who, weeks before Berman's death, first discovered the substance, a logger named Adam Barrett. Okay, remember our thing says Adam lost as much time as the stopped clock when he fell asleep. I interviewed the man who weeks before Berman's death first discovered the substance, a logger named Adam Barrett. He described an incident in which he and co-worker Simon Donner came across trees that were, to use his words, bleeding. By his account, 8 separate trees in the same vicinity discharged this substance in place of sap. Barrett and Donner then marked any affected trees with red X's. The men could not replicate this phenomena for me. They brought me to the allegedly affected trees and, observing the proper safety protocol, proceeded to peel back the initial layer of bark only to find regular sap. I watched them cut into every marked tree only to find nothing out of the ordinary. The men, did claim to have kept some of this dark mucus-like material in a jar and produced it from the safe in the foreman's office. The loggers all insisted it came from one of the trees they attempted to cut down, but to me it smelled like little more than scorched engine oil. Okay, so the trees that bled like wounded men, that is our 8. And maybe, so that we don't lose track of if we need to recover it, we'll put a little mark here where he talks about the 8 bleeding trees. Okay. 8 trees that bled. Okay, continuing. Here's his, so the sap, the viscous stuff smelled like motor oil. Conclusion. For the reasons herein compiled, it is my conclusion that the Creekside Timber Company should immediately cease all present and future operations at their Black Hills Forest facility until such a time that a more thorough analysis of both the building and employees can be completed and a safe reopening can be confirmed. I will be sending copies of my recommendation to all pertinent state officials as well as to the company itself. Okay, yes, this place needs to get shut down. This is dangerous. Okay. So that's his report about the working conditions and his recommendation to shut it down. Okay, and here are the individual incident reports. May 4th, 1956. This report was June 21st. So the final report, June, but here are the raw incident reports that were filed, I guess probably before this guy arrived. Let's see. Okay, May 4th. Some of these numbers may be the dates at which some of these things occurred. Let's remind ourselves of the numbers we're looking for. Adam lost as much as the stopped clock when he fell asleep, so maybe we're looking for how much time he lost. Then the Herman family, I think we might be looking for how many family members. And then fires that were lit, and then 1 week before Woodland was founded. I'm not sure founded is the right word. We're going to have to look up, but we may have to return to that last sentence to make sure we've translated it properly. Okay, here we go. Incident report, category violence, from John Martell, the foreman, May 4th, 1956. Loggers Daniel Calder and Edward McCune engaged in a vicious fistfight today during their lunch break. I can recount what I saw of the fight, that Mr. Calder stormed into the lunchroom and seemingly unprovoked attacked Mr. McCune. The fight quickly escalated and the onlookers certainly did not help. We have had fights here before, but this particular altercation was remarkably vicious, with both men sustaining severe bruising, multiple cuts, several deep bite marks. Mr. Calder also appears to have cracked a rib and has lost 4 of his teeth. Yikes. As I was pulling the two men apart, I could hear Mr. Calder shouting at Mr. McCune that he needed to stop talking about the children, and she could hear everything that he said, and that he didn't want to draw her attention. Both men were sent home to cool off, and their pay has been docked for the day. Okay, here's an incident report of trespassing. Oh, look at this. Who's the filer of this report? Henry Kent. This is the first time we found a relative, an ancestor of the Kents back in the 50s. Very intriguing. Kind of exciting. So Henry Kent has filed this report. I noticed evidence of trespassing in the logging area while doing normal rounds just before sundown. I investigated a series of scuffling noises that began inside the mill and moved outdoors. I pointed my flashlight into the woods, and though I could see nothing with its beam, the noises continued. What began as a low rustling I might have mistaken for raccoons, to me seemed to change into something resembling muffled voices. Taking one of the high-powered equipment lights in an attempt to frighten off any potential trespassers, I shone it in the direction of the North Hill, where I caught temporary sight of the intruder. I glimpsed the intruder for a moment and saw only a large, pale person. At the distance I saw him, I couldn't tell if he was wearing tight, skin-toned clothing or if he was nude. He was, however, moving incredibly fast at the crest of the North Hill. The being ran over the hill and further into the woods. Okay, this sounds like our pale creature from that book. or write down Henry Kent in case that's important. All right, creepy, but I'm not sure how that relates to our codes. Here's another incident report. Category: vandalism to company property. Amelia Hooper came running into the mill from her lunch break, which she'd taken in town, and reported to me that someone had vandalized every single car in the mill's parking lot. I followed her out into the lot and found that she was right. Every single car and truck in the lot was covered bumper to bumper in dents and the size of baseballs, and there was glass all over the gravel, and around every car were small stones. It's conceivable that someone could have wound up a good pitch and dented metal with rocks of those sizes, but who could have done it? Who could it have been, and when? Even with all the machinery going, someone would have noticed. There are always men working near the front of the building, which is filled with windows. I even found a few who said they were right there before Amelia came in, and they didn't see or hear a thing. Strangely enough, though, there was one pile of rocks that had been stacked perfectly right in front of James Berman's car. What a thing. Okay. Here's another incident report from John Martell. Dictated from the verbal testament of Edward Daniels. Thanks for taking this down, Mr. Martell. I don't know if I could... So anyway, James was there right next to Henry Kent, when it happened. He looked kind of shell-shocked, James. I don't know if anything brought it on. I just happened to be carrying another axe down to Adam. I saw James out of the corner of my eye just standing there. I didn't know what he was up to, if something was happening, but he looked off into the woods. Seemed like he was listening to something. I saw him do this little nod. And then, well, James just jammed his right arm straight into the chipper and kept pressing it in. He just kept pressing it further and further down, even when a few of the men grabbed onto him and tried to pull him away. He'd mangled his arm almost up to the shoulder by the time someone had the wherewithal to switch the damn thing off. We tried to help stop the bleeding, but he just kept struggling and yelling something about doing what's asked of him. He bled out just before the ambulance arrived. It happened at 3 o'clock on the dot. Did you notice? Look at your watch. Every clock in this place stopped working the second his hand hit those blades. Boy, that's creepy. That's scary, huh? Now, on the back of this paper, is, I think this has nothing to do with our game because, I don't know, this is awfully weird and creepy. These look like real things. There's a whole bunch of email addresses. History Committee invites scholarly papers and first-hand accounts that facilitate the preservation and understanding of the world's vertical flight history. Development in vertical flight technologies, vehicles, forgotten pioneers. This feels like, to me, it's like a different game from Hunt-A-Killer. Like, it seems fictional, but not fictional related to our case. Although, might not be fictional. The clock stopped when the man lost his arm, it's true, but our item says fell asleep. Adam lost as much as the stopped clock when he fell asleep. We'll come back to it if we don't find a different time of people falling asleep. What do you make of this, though? Papers are invited to address all aspects of VTOL aircraft handling quality, vehicle stability, flight guidance, and then it's got a bunch of Army addresses. It almost feel like this was just paper stock that somehow got in here. If we don't see something about military flight, then this is just a weird thing that happened. All right, so were we told how much time here, though? He said it's 3 o'clock. That's all he said. Look at your watches. It's 3 o'clock. Or was that a... Oh, no, that was this one. It happened at 3 o'clock on the dot. Look at your watch. It stopped working the second his hand hit those blades. Okay, so the incident happened at 3 o'clock. Now let's see if we can... Maybe we'll find someone fell asleep. Okay. So here's John Martell filing another dictated statement. This one from Adam Barrett. I've been having dreams about James's death almost every single night since it happened. Dreams where I can always hear a man calling for help from somewhere in the forest. Maybe it's James. I can always hear him screaming, and even though I can't see him, I somehow know in my heart he's trapped underneath a giant white tree. Sometimes in these dreams, I run into the forest to find him, but no matter which direction I go, I never can. And whenever I wake up from one of these dreams, I always find leaves and sticks in my bed, like I've been sleepwalking, except my feet are never dirty. And listen, I know this might seem like something I shouldn't be coming to you about, John, but we've worked together for nearly 10 years, and I need someone to know that lately I haven't just been hearing the screaming in my dreams at night. I've been hearing it in the distance whenever I go out into the woods. None of the other men can hear them. Nobody will go out to look for where they're coming from with me. And there's no way in hell I'm going out there alone. So I've just been going about my work day after day, trying to ignore the screaming. I gotta tell you, I'm nearly at the end of my rope. It's not just the screaming. I've been seeing body parts everywhere over the past few weeks. Nobody else can see them. Severed arms lying on the ground when I'm outside. Seared fingers floating in my coffee. Sometimes I look down to see my own hands falling off as though they're gangrenous. And then I blink and they're fine again. Boy, that's creepy. Last night, I dreamed that my right thumb, forefinger, and middle finger were collected by a creature that was as pale as a corpse. Thought it might have been James since it was wearing his clothes, but I couldn't tell for sure because its face had rotted off. The other boys are dreaming about things like that too. They don't say it aloud, but I can tell from how quickly they change the subject when I try to tell them about my own dreams. Maybe they're seeing things during the day and just won't admit it. I can't be the only one losing my mind around here. That was Adam Burkett. This is our last page. Okay, so here's a reprimand from John Martell, July 2nd. He says, Edward McCune was discovered in the late evening setting fire to various areas of the lumber mill. I had forgotten something at the mill when I entered the building. I discovered McCune pouring gasoline onto a table and holding a lighter. I moved to confiscate both the gasoline and the lighter immediately, and he did not resist. I started pressing him about his actions, and he just calmly asked me to help him. He said he was doing his part to keep the boys safe and that he was almost finished, but that he had one more fire to set before the building was safe. I realized the implication of his statement and immediately began to run through the buildings. When I found and began stomping out the first fire, which was thankfully relatively small, McCune became angry. He tried to physically prevent me from extinguishing the flames, and then when it became clear that I could overpower him, he tried to beg me to leave the fires burning instead. At that point, I decked him square across the face and he passed out. I left him on the ground and continued to check the building for fires. All in all, I managed to find and put out 4 separate fires in total. Once I was sure the building was safe, I found McCune again. He was right where I left him, though he had regained consciousness. He seemed unfazed, even offered to provide an explanation for his activities. It's not safe out there in the dark, Johnny. I was just making it okay so the boys could go to work in the morning. You know, if we let it stay dark in here too long, they're going to creep in. When I asked him specifically what it was he was trying to prevent, he seemed unable to put it into words. He was only able to tell me it was something related to the woods. It practically goes without saying, but I, of course, terminated McCune's employment and reported him to the police for arson. Okay, so we've got our fires answer, and that is 4. So we've got 3 more numbers. Adam lost as much as the stopped clock. Okay, so is Adam the guy who lost his fingers? Because then we know the answer to that. It's how many fingers he lost. 3, and the clock was stopped at 3. Okay, good. So that explains that, right? He lost as many fingers as the stopped clock. The stopped clock was at 3, and he lost 3 fingers. So that's here. All right. Now, it seems like we might have misread something about the family, and maybe they were talking about the group of people at the Creekside Timber Company as a family. We've got John Martell, Adam Barrett, Edward McCune, all right, let's revisit. We've got 2 more digits to come up with. What family is... I think we forgot something. Look at this more closely. What do you notice? On the cigarette case, we found the Hermans, that's right. Proud family-owned, family-friendly company, Nathaniel and Sophia Herman, alongside their children, Una, Julian, and Mary. So 5, it's the Herman family. Which makes sense because the guy who was going crazy was trying to remember the digits to the door. Like, this is how he remembered it. This was his, what do you call it? Mnemonic for remembering. He's remembering the family had 5. Okay, so good. So here's our 5. This was his mnemonic. 1 week before the woodland was founded. Now, I think we might have to revisit that and see if that's what that sentence really says. Because I wonder if it isn't folded or something. Or closed. Because we do know when it was said to be closed, or when he wrote his report. So we may have to reread that line 5. So we're only missing 1. It's just line 5. Let's look at it again and see if we didn't mistranslate that last line. Unscramble. 1 week before the WOOD Land. So that would translate to woodland. And they are in Timberwood, so that still seems right to me. But it could be something else. But what about that last word? Founded. Okay, so founded does work. It is the right letters. Could it be something else? Would something be 1 week before it was founded? Do we know when it was founded? Maybe we do. But it would be a single number. It would have to be, we'd need a date, like a day of the week. Do we still think this says was founded? Before the woodland was founded. I mean, we can look at those pages again for sure. Could it be anything else besides founded? Well, let's look at those dates and see if we see a date of anything that it might be instead of woodland founded. So from the letter from Anthony, he says, there used to be a lumber mill in the woods. It was abandoned in the 50s, demolished a decade ago. Abandoned in the 50s, demolished a decade ago. We're assuming it's sort of everything's in this box, but we do have some other documents about the founding. It's not written here, though, huh? Let's see if it's in this report again. It was inspected on June 21st. What other dates were we given? Inspected on June 21st. But he doesn't go into any history. I mean, so the dates we have available, at least in the documents here, are June 21st, the date of the inspection. Founded, if it said the woodland was recommended closed or something, then that would be that date. He says he's going to suggest it be closed, but he doesn't have a date for that. And then we've got dates of incidents. We've got a date of this fight. John Martell, Daniel Calder, Edward McCune. Then we had a date of the trespassing of the pale creature. Then we've got, I wonder if it's on the back of that. Seems like it would have been worded founded on the 3rd week of the month, so 1 week earlier would give us a single digit. Yeah. Is it possible that it's here that we're going to see when it was founded? Like this weird stuff that I think is not relevant? It can't be, because look, this is emails and stuff. If this has got to be a mistake and not part of the game, because this report from this timber company was in the 50s, and they didn't have emails in the 50s. So that's just a mistake. That's just a mistake, the back of that thing. Okay. John Martell, this is the date of the vandalism. Okay. This is the date he lost his fingers. Adam having dreams report. Setting fire dates. Nothing here about when it was founded. Okay, What about our original map? That's got dates of foundings, right? That tells us when certain things were founded. I wonder if our original map is going to tell us that the Woodland Company was founded to replace the timber company at a certain time. I wonder. Okay, but it's time to take a break. We'll take a break for 8 minutes. We'll come back. I'll get out the old boxes and we'll see if maybe the original map has a date for us. Otherwise, we're going to have to re-dig into stuff and see if there's something that we're missing that has a date. And then maybe look at those words and see if we might have translated something wrong. Founded. It does seem like Woodland founded is right. But founded, maybe those words were wrong. A date before a fight or something would make more sense. But I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll figure it out. We're back, and in the chat, we've got a theory which seems very promising. And Tina says, is not the name of the school the Woodland Academy? So I've gotten out some of our historical documents, but it's a very good point that this place is not called Woodland. So what is Woodland? And if we look at our map, Burkittsville was 1824. If we look at our map and we look for Woodland, we can see that in fact, as Antina reminds us, Woodland Academy was established 1789. Torn down and renovated multiple times through the town's history. Sits on the foundation of the original Blair schoolhouse. And that's right here. That's Woodland Academy. So that's our only Woodland that we know about. We have the year it was founded, but not the date. But Tina also says, what about this hat we got during this session? And the notice that we found something written on it. What did we find on it? In fact, it actually does tell us the date that the South Woodland Academy, it does tell us the exact date it was founded. So that is the answer. It was the label in the hat that Liam wrote his initials. I thought the initials might be important, but really what's important here is that this hat from this academy says when it was founded. It says established August 9th, 1789. Very good deduction, and it did make sense, and we didn't need to go beyond this box. So August 9th, and if our clue said a week before, then we know that the number is 2. 1 week before would have been August the 2nd, which was Jonathan's theory. It would have to be, after you subtract a week, you would have to get a single digit. So all good teamwork, all put together. 83542. We have our answer. Let's get Rosemary that code without any delay so she can throw the breaker and get rid of the creatures. Yeah? Okay, let's do it. So let's go to her tip line. All right, when we're ready, send her the code. Okay. What's the code again? 83542. All right, Rosemary, we got you. Eight, 3, 5, 4, 2. Send. "3:05 a.m., which is our real wall clock time. Rosemary has replied. Yep. Okay. She's going to be happy to get this at least.
Oh my God! It's you! I don't know how you managed to get in touch, but you've got a hell of a sense of timing. Are these what I think they are? How did you even know that I needed this? You know, I'm just going to go with it. Everything in my life is already so goddamn bizarre. You know, I was about to try every possible combination on the lock until I got 100,000 possible combinations. Would have taken me a long time. If what you just sent me is right. Oh, okay. Let's get these lights on.
I'm outside. There was a flash of light, and then it was dark, and now everything is gone, and I'm outside. Tank!
Oh, the dog is missing.
Where are you, boy?
Tank! Please, come back! I see a light. It's not far. It looks like a campfire. I'm going to get closer to get a better look. There are people around the fire. 3 of them. It has to be my boys.
Oh.
And Carver. I'm going to get them and take them.
Ugh. That was a bit stressful. Oh, she lost the dog. Well, yikes. That was spooky and scary. And, yeah, the dog is gone. I'm hopeful we're going to get a package from Anthony and he's going to say the dog came home. But now she's walking, presumably from here to the campfire, maybe where Carver is sitting around. When the flash of lights came on, she suddenly found herself in the forest, but she sees 3 people at the campfire. She thinks it's Carver and her 2 boys. I wonder if it's Carver and her 2 boys or her husband, dead husband and the 2 boys. That was creepy. All right, I guess it's time to open our 6th and final box. I am optimistic about the dog. I really hope we don't find that dog deceased. Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. No sign that the witch is killing. Well, there was a sign that the witch is killing some animals, but I'm not sure. All right, I'm just gonna turn off. Are we going to break up this 6th box? How are we going to break up this 6th box? Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Let me actually just close the window here for a second. All right, let's talk about what we want to do here. It's 3 a.m. It feels like we might be able to finish this game cleanly in this last we might be able to finish box 6 in 3 hours, especially since I heard that this game does not end on the best note. But I'm not sure. I suggest, though, that we just open it up and start playing it and see if we can finish it. If we can't, we'll do it tomorrow. But I'm completely happy to stop here if you guys want to play box 6 tomorrow. I think Jonathan might be thinking that we don't want to end with like a half hour left and then have a half hour session tomorrow. So the question is, if we want to have a scary, sort of suspenseful final episode, if we knew we were going to have to continue it, it would be better to stop here and play box 6 in its entirety tomorrow, if we knew we weren't going to finish it tonight. So that's the question. Is everyone available and around tomorrow if we wanted to stop here and play it tomorrow? I'm guessing that we'll be able to finish it within 3 hours. Anna says box 4 is because of the nap. Logan says we should be able to get some idea of how long from the objective on the card. Yeah, it's a tough decision because if we thought we were going to need another day, it would be better to stop here after 4 hours and then have a full and interesting session tomorrow. I could go either way. We could open it up and see what it's like. Anna says I'm not available tomorrow, so I vote now. Okay, well, Anna and Jonathan are the OGs, so my inclination is to try to get it. Okay, well, let's try to play it then. Okay, so let's put everything away here from this box. Might still need our codes. I'll leave out the map, and I'm going to leave out the history stuff. But, we don't want to rush it. So if we feels like we're not going to finish it, we won't finish it. We won't rush to finish it. Alright, we'll just try to put this out of the way. I'll keep some of the historical documents nearby in case we want to reference them. There was the book where the creatures were described. Alright, maybe I'll put these down here. Alright, so we're relatively cleaned up except for the map, which we're using for theme. Okay, box 6, the final box. Nothing else in here. Here we go. It's a very thin collection. 8 items. These cipher-coded messages help Anthony complete his objective. Okay. Something not in the envelope. The Black Hills Forest is full of many stories. Super neutral. This was the blog. Every time something horrible happens, people come to exploit the story. This is a little podcast microphone. Remember, Super Neutral was the podcast. All right. Well, I guess we should keep this nearby. This is probably relevant in some form. The Black Hills Forest is full of many stories. Every time something horrible happens, people come to exploit the story. Maybe he'll tell us where he found that. Creepy. So this is a plastic thing, if you're curious, molded, not actually tied with strings, but painted to look like it with a real string on it. Okay. So we've got a letter from Anthony. Let's read it and then go deeper into this. Okay, deep breaths here. Everyone's going to be okay. Hello, investigator. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Rosemary and the boys are still nowhere to be found, and being involved in this search has me constantly looking over my shoulder and feeling as though I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I have no idea how you've managed to keep this up for so long, but I'm getting off track. There's been a development. Someone uploaded a new file to Rosemary's website. Based on the site's permissions, it must have been sent from Rosemary's phone. However, the file is password protected and I haven't been able to access it. I put in every possible password I can think of. Then I tried to answer the security question to bypass the password protection, but I had no luck there either. It was a very strange question. I had completely run out of ideas on what to do when Tank showed up, scratching at my doorstep, half starved and matted in dirt. Yay, I knew that was going to happen. I thought it might. Tank must have brought back stuff for us. Tank barely recognized me. He growled at me like I might hurt him at first, but eventually he seemed to remember who I was. Who knows how many years he's been out in the forest when time doesn't work the same way. When I finally thought he'd calmed down, he just took off like he was chasing a squirrel. I followed him from my front porch all the way to the edge of the woods, but he stopped right before the border. It wasn't like he was afraid though, just like he wanted me to follow him. Must have stood there for 15 minutes before I had the courage to finally do it. I think the only reason I did it was because it was broad daylight. Tank led me to this old white tree stump in the center of a hollow of trees. Rosemary told me about this place. It was where she and Hudson would leave notes for one another as teenagers. The stump was hollowed out just like she mentioned it was, but most of the notes inside it seemed to have been put there recently, along with a letter and a pendant that seemed to have come straight from Carver. But that can't cause us to lose hope entirely, because another of the more recent looking notes was written by Rosemary herself. I'm sending you everything I found in the stump. Based on what Rosemary wrote, it sounds like she knows that there are still people out there looking for her. She's trying to leave them as much of a trail as she can. The items and papers that were hidden in the stump all seem to be about the Kent family. Although I doubt that Rosemary put all of them there herself. I don't want to dwell on who did put them there, because whatever answer I come up with will likely cause me to experience a full-blown panic attack. The important thing to focus on is that perhaps the answer to the security question is hiding somewhere within those documents. If you can answer the security question on the locked file, you can unlock the file. Maybe we'll finally get the answers we need. All right. Well, it sounds like we're going to hear more about the Kent family, which might help explain why they're being targeted, why Rosemary's being targeted. So let's do what we did before. We're not cursed now. Anna says we're cursed now. We're not cursed now. You know why? Because this is not a real figure. It's plastic. It's a facsimile. So it's not real wood. So the witch can't get us. Let's go. Yes, let's open up the website. I think they made a mistake when they said only visit the website when you're ready to solve it. Actually, this one doesn't tell you only go there when you're done. And he says, I'm counting on you, Anthony. Okay, so let's go to do our thing that we normally do here. We'll go visit the website, see what he's talking about. Okay, the password for today is Nightfall1. Okay, so here is the page, and we've got new messages here that are all scrambled. The first one at the bottom says, nothing begins and nothing ends. There are only trees and darkness Darkness here has only ever been the trees and the darkness. There will only ever be trees and the darkness and the cold. And then it ends. This middle one says, the children are her children. The children are hers. You cannot take her children from her. They are hers. They have always been hers. They were marked as hers from birth. Yikes. Okay, what about this next one? Mother will always fight for us, and Father will always watch over us from his resting place at the hollow, where he carved his heart and spilled his blood, and where she was brought by those much more powerful than she. They are both so close, but they are still not together, not yet. Yeah, it sounds like they're hunting for the good neighbor's family to reunite them with the witch. Mom, come here. Mom, come closer. We're waiting in a cozy house with a chimney and a cold, cold, cold basement. Mom, please. They're in that cabin of that guy with the basement. Remember he said he had to dig out the basement and chimney? I wonder if it's that cabin we have a drawing of. Or whatever. Okay. One last message. He made us from scratch. He scratched our skin out of bark, carved our bones out of branches, hacked our faces from blank flat space of a tree's trunk, bound our limbs with twine, made our bodies and broke them, and made them all over again. He is our Father now. He was our Father always. Come join him, Mother. Come make our family whole again. Yikes, that's creepy. And then here's another message. It says, they're here. They're all around me. I can hear them laughing. Their voices are shrill and cruel and innocent and young and ancient. None of them are mine. They're all hers, and they'll leave their handprints on trees and my clothes and my skin, and he is somewhere close by waiting for me to give up and join him. Then Anthony did an edit, and he says, "This is Anthony Rapinoe. I just want to let whoever know whoever's doing this that this isn't funny. Stop it. This is no laughing matter. This is not a game. A woman and her children are missing." Behind this glitch, it says, "Rosemary, if you can somehow see this, please hang in there." Wow, that's creepy. Oh, I see. It's not behind the glitch. It's just there. Rosemary, if you can see this, please hang in there. Okay, and there's our locked video file. So if we click on this, we can type in the password. But if we click forgot your password, it says, enter the following security question to access this file. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. Doesn't feel like we've heard about the father winning anything. Maybe we're going to during this session. All right, well, that's it. No more blog. Oh, I have to do this again. No more blog posts. No more anything. All right. Well, we know what our password is. We know we have to answer someone won her this creature. It seems appropriate now that I got this out from before, because these were the other witch stories, legends. So there was the hairy woman, the towering man, the lights, and the pale thing. We've heard a bunch of stories that seem to be about the pale thing. Illustration by Giovanni Rapinoe. Didn't Giovanni Rapinoe, Anthony's grandfather, didn't he work in the mill? I think I remember him saying that his grandfather worked in the mill. Well, let's just take a look at this again. He says, this is one of Burkittsville's most enigmatic features, is known by many things, although perhaps the most common is the pale thing. He says, this particular recollection of the pale thing is particularly close to my heart. It comes from none other than a family member of mine, Giovanni Rapinoe, who moved to Maryland to work at a local sawmill and would often regale me with tales of the strange and unusual sights he saw while spending his days working at the Black Hills Forest. So Giovanni Rapinoe sounds like he worked at the sawmill. My grandfather remains alive to this day, but he moved to Miami. Okay. Somehow he survived it. Okay. All right. Anthony's creeps me out a little bit, but I think I might be unfairly blaming him. He does seem like he wants to help her. All right, so what does he say he found? Tank led him to the stump, and there's a bunch of stuff in the stump, and he's sending it to us. Okay, let's just go through some of that. We'll go through it quickly first, and then we'll read it in more detail. Okay, so a bunch of notes from Rosemary. Then we've got creature writing, or Carver writing, I should say. This is probably Carver writing too. We're not sure. It wouldn't be surprising if we didn't find a note from the Liam in here in secret hidden code too. Let's not forget. Okay, then we've got a newspaper clipping. Local newborn nearly hits the trail by Audrey Bird. We know her. It's a story about Rosemary Kent. Whoa, look at this. We've got a photo of our family here. Now I can finally put face to the names. It looks like that's going to be Rosemary. There's Tank. That's going to be Liam. That's going to be Liam's younger brother, Tristan. And that's going to be the father, Hudson, before he was killed. And their faces are all turning white. They almost look like they're turning into pale creature. Dog's okay, though. There's Rosemary, who we've been talking to for quite a while. That's nice. Something's written on it. It says, well, it's not in normal English. Is it reversed? Probably. That says I, me, or it's a line. My, A-R-A-E-N is can. I can. Might need to zoom in on that better. Something can I, me, can. And that, Liam. Okay, so this word is going to be Liam. I wonder if this word would be feel. Can feel Liam. Near me. Can feel Liam near me. Looks like the channel is beating me to this. Can, what's our last word? Almost. I can almost feel Liam near me. Maybe it's going to continue, but those are the words. Can feel Liam near me, can almost, or I can almost. There might be more writing. We might want to check this. There might be another photo with more writing on it that it completes a circle. Okay, then we've got letters from 1967 to Rosemary from her husband. Okay. And then looks like on that same October 10th, October 31st, then we've got, look at this. Oh, this is our Pigpen code. So we're going to have to get out our Pigpen notes again somewhere to decode that. Pigpen, Pigpen, Pigpen. So letters from Rosemary, letters from HUD, and then, oh, this is a little punch out. So here's the game's attempt to make it so we can't pass this along. It says light reveals the hidden creature. So I guess you punch these out, you put them each in their place, and then you're going to shine a light through and another creature is going to show up. It almost feels like you could solve this case right now by punching these out and seeing what creature is formed in the shadow or something like that. We may have to turn off the lights for that. But you gotta wonder if you really need anything more to solve today's case than to punch these out. Interesting. All right. Anna says lots of empty lines on here, maybe some hidden ink. Well, I've got my hidden ink pen here. Now there's nothing to do but read through them. It looks actually pretty thin. There's not that much here compared to some previous days. So I think we're going to be able to solve this case today. The only thing I need to find is the pig pen cipher when we get to it. Okay, well, let's just go through it in order. The first set of documents, tell you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put these over here. I'm going to put this map away so it doesn't interfere with the zoom in cubes, but we can get it out if we need it again. Okay. Let's go through the notes in order, and these are from Rosemary. This is her stationery. I followed the light of the fire for hours and hours until I got close enough to see the fire itself in the distance with 3 figures standing around it. So continuing from her voicemail. I would know Liam and Tristan a mile away. Wishful thinking, or maybe nostalgia, almost tempted me to think that the third silhouette was Hud at first. It used to be such a familiar sight, the 3 of them together. But the third silhouette could only have been Carver. I don't know what I expected thinking about Carver all this time and not actually seeing him, but he was just a regular person. Just a man with a face that was caked in mud and eyes that reflected the firelight. I thought that was it, that it was finally time to confront Carver once and for all. But as I started to get close, the firelight changed. It got brighter and brighter the closer I got. It was loud and violent, angry. And the 3 of them just sat there staring into the fire as the light got so bright I couldn't see them anymore. And then it snapped off like someone flipped a switch. When I could see again, I was there alone in the dark by myself. I don't know how long I sat there, calling into the dark. We got away. He got away from me this time, but I was there looking right at him, and he didn't even know it. Was this how he felt when he was watching me and the boys? Like an animal circling its prey? There's no direction anymore. I tried to mark trees so I'd know where I'd been. I'd draw big X's so I wouldn't be able to miss them. First, it seemed to be working. I seemed to be going in a new direction. No marks on any trees. But then out of nowhere, every tree was marked. Every single goddamn tree was marked with my and Hud's initials. Just like when we left our mark on the tree when we were kids. I hear children, but they're not mine. Someone's screaming in the dark. A man calling out for help. The voice is familiar, but I can't quite place it. The screaming hasn't stopped, but I think I recognize who it's coming from now. I think it's the old sheriff, Lanning. Was Lanning's Uncle Emmett? It's Wes Lanning, Uncle Emmett. I remember him visiting my school when I was a kid, talking about stranger danger. He can't really be out there. I must be hearing things. I tried to find the source of the screaming. It got louder and louder, calling for help over and over again, until it finally turned into wordless howls of pain, and then there was silence, and I'm alone again. I saw what I thought might have been another person at first. Someone wearing all white, someone else lost in the woods. Then it came closer and I saw that it was something with flesh the color of maggots and barely any meat on its bones. Its skin was twitching and writhing as though it was full of insects. I tried to hide behind some trees, holding my breath in case it heard me, and it slowly turned toward my direction, and I saw that it didn't have a face. It started walking toward me and then nothing. I was so afraid I couldn't move. I just scrunched my eyes closed and thought, this can't be it. And then, when I didn't feel any pain for a long moment, I opened my eyes and realized that I was curled up in my tent. Must have dreamed it, although I don't remember falling asleep or even setting up the tent. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sensation of hands around my neck, but of course there was no one there. Still, my neck hurt, and I used the camera on my phone to take a look at it. There are 2 handprint-shaped bruises circling my neck. Even now, hours later, they're throbbing in pain. Hurts to call out for Tristan and Liam, but that's not going to stop me. I thought the sun was going to come up. I had hope for just a second. I was sleeping, not that I knew what time it was, only that I was tired and had to lie down for just a minute, and when I opened my eyes, there was light. It was sunrise. I sat there for hours just staring at it, hoping, praying the sun would find the strength to rise, but it sunk back down, swallowed up by the endless canopy of trees. I think I've moved past fear somehow. I'm seeing the stick figures. I'm hearing things all around me, and I'm noticing how my heart isn't pounding, how I can't feel the blood rushing into my ears anymore. Now I hear things in the night, and I scream back at them. I don't think Liam would have written on any of this. No. I found the stump. The spot where Hud and I used to leave each other notes. It's the place where we used to meet. The hours we spend here were some of the happiest I've ever had. Even this place I shared with my husband has been tainted now. This goddamn forest is taking everything from me. Some of this stuff shouldn't even be here. When I think about it, though, I should have expected one more insult from this forest. Tristan's birth announcement. God, this place is haunting me. She's talking about this, she found. Carver's taunting me. But I'm not going to be the one to win in the end. But I am going to be the one to win in the end. I have to be. As difficult as it is to maintain hope, I can't entertain any other possibility right now. There's no point in writing any of this down to try to account for what's real and what's a nightmare, because it doesn't really matter. I'm going to leave these journal pages here. Maybe someday somebody will find them, and I'm going to keep searching, keep looking for my boys. I'm not leaving these woods without them. God, I hope somebody finds this. If someone does, if someone is actually reading this, don't come in here. Not if my boys somehow make it out. If they get out and I'm still in here, don't come get me. You'll only get lost too. And then there's some more corner writing. So I think we know that this is going to be part of this, maybe. Like this. So, can feel Liam. What did we say that was? Near me. I can almost rest, but I. What does that say? I can almost rest, but I can't give up. Okay. Can feel Liam near me. I can almost rest, but I can't give up. And then it continues. This might not even be here. This could always be here too, for all we know. We'll have to find more of the writing to make it all work. Boy, she says, don't come get me if you find me. All right, then there's a whole... Oh, I think this is what Anna was thinking of, because this says, I'm so sorry, Mom. That makes you think that there's hidden writing on here. No? That's surprising. I thought if it said, I'm so sorry, Mom, that was surely a key that we were going to find hidden writing from the sun on here. I don't see any. That's strange. It almost looks like I can see some. I'm so sorry, Mom. That's really weird that there isn't more writing if it says I'm so sorry, Mom. I really don't see any. Except to the extent that there looks like there's... No, that's it. Okay, I don't know how to explain that. All right, let's read this birth announcement that it was just talking about. Burkittsville Town Bugle by Aubrey Bird. Lifelong Burkittsville resident Rosemary Kent entered into labor 2 months early while taking a scenic stroll through the Black Hills Forest with her husband Saturday. The Kents have made a habit of taking a light walk every day just to get out of the house, according to Father Hudson Kent. I remember catching a glimpse of our initials carved high up in a tree inside of a heart, which I know we did as teenagers, Rosemary Kent said. Only this looked fresh. It was still bleeding dark sap. Then I felt a chill go down my spine, and I knew that Tristan was going to be born on that day, and if we didn't get moving, it would happen right there in the forest. Kent reflected with a smile as he held the newborn Tristan in her arms, as she held the newborn Tristan in her arms. The Kents rushed to the hospital where Rosemary gave birth to a healthy baby boy, according to doctors. Despite his premature birth, doctors said Tristan Kent was in great health, although his ecstatic parents were surprised to note that he didn't even cry. What can I say? Besides that, I'm glad we made it out in time and got Rosie and the baby to a hospital, Hudson Kent said. I can't imagine anything worse than being stuck in the forest with a medical emergency to worry about, let alone when there's a kid involved. Tristan will be kept in the hospital under observation for a few more days before being sent home to join his adoring family, according to Rosemary Kent. That's pretty creepy, like looking at this baby who didn't cry, born in the forest. It's a little scary. But we haven't heard any bad history of the kid, though. And then we've got a little thing here. We've got you in our sights, but look what's on the corner. more of the circle. All right, let's see where this would be. Where's our circle now? Is this our full circle? I think this might be our full circle now. Let's see if we can make out the last part of that and if this is the right order for it. Okay, we know this says, can feel Liam near me. I can almost, and we know this part says, I can't give up. And then what did I say this one was? Something but. I forget what I said this was. T-E-R-S. Rest, rest. Okay, so let's see. What does the new stuff say? It looks like it says, boy, it's a little hard to read that, isn't it? Hear him. I can almost hear him. I think he's something. It's it's time to rest. Can almost hear him. I think he's, what's that last word? It's time to rest, but I can't give up. I can almost hear, can almost up. I can feel Liam near me. I can almost hear him. I think he's saying, S-A-Y-I-N-G. I think he's saying it's time to rest, but I can't give up. Okay, I can feel Liam near me. I can almost hear him. I think he's saying it's time to rest, but I can't give up. I can feel Liam near me. I can almost hear him. I think he's saying it's time to rest. Boy, that's creepy. All right, do we want to write that down somewhere so we don't have to bother reconstructing this again? Just in case we need it. It's time to rest, but okay, let's just do it on time. I can't give up. I can feel Liam near me. I can almost hear him. I think he's saying it's time to rest. But I can't give up. And then, so it goes in a circle. I can't give up. I can feel Liam near me. I can almost hear him. I think he's saying it's time to rest, but then it goes on. All right. That's creepy. It works as long as it's a circle. Yes, it does. I suppose it might go in a different order, but I'm not sure. I mean, if it went in this order, what would it say? Maybe it doesn't really matter. It's not like there's, I don't know, maybe it's worth looking at one other arrangement to see if it makes more sense. That makes plenty of sense. Doesn't seem like it holds any clues. Time This one would say it's time to not feel William. Yeah, that doesn't work. All right, let's stick with ours. It's as good as any. We can revisit it later if we think we need to. All right, so that was creepy about William's birth announcement. Now let's look at the note from Carver. What does that say? So it starts with a message, which we'll decode in a second. And it says, but the English says, Rosemary actually believes she can finish this herself. Little does she know that it's been over for years. Her family made their mark and it seeded their fate. So is this all because they carved their name into the tree? Or are they related to the good neighbors? The one I obey has her hands wrapped tightly around them ever since I act as her hands. The rifle shoots where the hunter points. The one obeys the woodsman. The axe obeys the woodsman. What she wants will be done. So he's saying he's the tool of the witch. He does what she asks him to do. A tree falls in the woods, she marks where it must land. An offer extended lures in the lost child. A visit at the window secures the fresh bait. A martyr is made, screaming into the empty night. Torn, wrenched apart, hacked to bits, carved. This is where it has led us. We've stitched them back together. You helped me seed the forest soil with lost souls. I can nearly see the sun rising above the trees. A new day might finally come. For me, the first in years. My work is finally finished. You don't understand yet, but you will. All right, well, let's see what his encrypted message is. He's saying he's the tool, and he seems like he's saying, like, once he finishes this, maybe he'll be free. All right, what does this message say? You can see it says this, and then there's our MESS. I think that's our A. This message is for you, comma, is that, oh, INVE, I invest, oh, investigator. This message is for you, investigator, period. In, that's an F-A. What was that weird one again? C. In fact, comma, B-O-T, both of T-H, both of them, A-R-E. Did I mistranslate that? This is messages for you, investigator. In fact, both of them are. Is he saying both messages are? Both what messages? Maybe this and this? Are those the two messages he's talking about? make sure there's no hidden writing. Nothing here. Almost looks like there's extra writing on these pages, but it's never the case. This message is for you, investigator. In fact, BOTHOFTHEMARE. Both of them are. Okay, so I don't know what the both is. So I'm not 100% sure what to make of that. Logan agrees that it's about these two messages. Jonathan was talking about the idea of the story of why targeting this family. John says, I guess it's because the father put his wish note about dating the mom in the cursed hollow stump. Yeah, yeah, that sounds right. Remember, his wish came true to meet the girl. All right. Next up is the letters from Hudson, and that's it. I mean, we are almost done with this box. We've got letter from Hudson, and then we've got this drawing, this thing to punch out and construct. So we're fine on time. And then we've got a blank thing. I'm guessing we're going to find some invisible ink here, you would think. Wow, that's weird. I wonder if we shouldn't consider... We're going to take a break in a second, but the fact that this note from the mother has this little hidden thing about, I'm sorry, Mom, really makes me think there's a message here in this blank page. Now, we've been using this to try to find the son's writing and not found anything, but it kind of looks like there is. So I think we should... This company is sparing no expense for some of this. We should consider whether they might be using one of the other couple of ways that ink is hidden, right? We've got some ink that's susceptible to heat, that shows up in heat, and some that comes out in when water is applied. We might want to consider whether we would want to subject these pages to some other ways of revealing hidden text. But first, we'll take a break. We're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing Hunt the Killers Blair Witch Season 1. There is a Season 2. It's actually available for sale now. So who knows if this is going to end on a cliffhanger. We are almost through all of the documents in the 6th and final box. We are now going to read the letters from HUD that were found somehow still there. We don't know. I guess these are the old letters because we can see the dates. Let's go through these, and then we'll looks like there's signs that there might be hidden text on these pages that we haven't been able to find with Liam's pen. But we'll investigate that in a little bit. Logan says, are partial letters written in similar places? It was hard to see, but it looked like there were places where ink had transferred from other pages. Do those words or partial words line up with what is clearly written or is new text? It's an interesting point. It kind of like when you look at it, doesn't look like there's more text anywhere. It just looks like there's some weird background, but I don't know. The part about I'm sorry, Mom, I don't see that anywhere else. So yeah, I don't see any sign of that. But this is extremely suspicious. This part. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mom. That's just extremely suspicious. That's at the back of a blank page. And also, these look like little burn marks. I mean, we've seen these dirty marks on all of these pages, but they look like burn marks here. I did go and get a lighter, so when we're ready, we can try to see if holding a fire reveals anything. I don't want to start a fire here. I don't see anything coming out. I have a feeling that if there was, we'd see a hint of it, but we'll look later. Okay, I'd hate to start a fire here. Let's finish the case first. Okay. Rosemary, this is October 6, 1997, from HUD. He says, Rosemary, you've been on my mind all day. I was barely able to focus in class. I've been thinking about asking you to the festival in a few weeks, but there's no way in a million years that I'll ever be able to summon the courage. So let's pause for a second, stop reading. We're told that HUD wrote a letter about his thoughts he wrote a letter to a girl he had a crush on in school. Hudson did. Put it in the stump. The next day she asked him out. And he said, there's no way that's a coincidence. The forest magically brought them together based on his letter. So we're now reading that letter. That's pretty exciting. So here's the letter he never sent. He just buried it in the stump. Still, I can't help but imagine us on top of the Ferris wheel, kissing and holding hands. I imagine it's just the two of us looking down on the town and the sea of trees beyond it. And he's saying there's no way I'll ever be able to summon the courage to give this to you. Instead, I'm out here in that sea of trees, right by where those college students supposedly went missing a while back. And that poor little boy, too. You know, there's a blood stain on the tree trunk I'm sitting next to right now. It's mine. From a time I must have gotten a wicked splinter or something without noticing. And it's almost perfectly in the shape of my hand, even though I could have sworn that I didn't bleed nearly that much when I got cut. I can press my own palm against it and it almost feels warm. That's how lonely and pathetic I am. I've been reduced to holding hands with a tree. I've been out here since sunrise, and I guarantee that when I get back home in a few hours, the only thing my parents will care about is whether or not I track mud into the house, and not that I've been hanging out in the murder forest for weeks. playing hooky and writing down my daydreams about a girl who barely knows I exist. You know, like a total creep. God, I am lame. You're never going to see this because there's no way in hell that I'm ever going to give it to you. I'm going to shove this letter all the way to the back of the hollow of this tree and shove any thought of you all the way to the back of my mind. Signed, HUD. No secret messages. No. That was October 6th, 1997. I don't know if I showed you the date. Okay, so that was his letter on October 6th. Here he is, October 10th. Oh, here's Rosemary. Remember, they wrote notes back and forth and hid them in the forest. So actually, here's Rosemary writing on the back of that sheet. HUD. October 10th, 1997. HUD. Even though the walk was long, and even though I got more than a few cuts and bruises on the way, I'm very glad that I insisted you bring me to the hollow yesterday, and that you let me bully you into showing me the note that you wrote. I know how you go out there pretty often, even though I can't for the life of me understand why. So I hope you'll find this note in the next few days. I'm about to sneak out on my own to hide it inside the stump right next to the first one. Things have been tough at home lately. Jess has been a total mess lately. That's her sister. And my parents seem to think that ignoring the fact that she's a total mess will make her less of one, when it's having the opposite effect. This might sound silly, but I kind of been blaming this place for all of my family's problems, even though I don't believe in any of the stories. Like, not even a little bit. But still, some part of them must have gotten to me without me even realizing it. I mean, after all, I've sure as hell been avoiding the woods up until now. But coming out here with you took away some of the mystique. A place is whatever you make it, and you've made this place a safe haven for me over the past few days. This is all to say, thanks for the note. It was good for me to read in a lot of ways. This is me returning the favor. Yes, HUD, you are very lame, but you're at least 3 times as cute as you are lame. Signed, Rosemary. That was October 10th. Here is October 12th. Did I skip anything out of order? No. Okay, October 12th. I've been having the same nightmare every night for weeks about something huge and formless coming down from the sky and swallowing me up. I wake up and go about my day, but I can never shake the need to glance up at the sky and make sure I'm safe. Except when I'm with you. When we're together, I forget that dream entirely. I know I'm safe when we're together. I wonder if he's talking about the tree that fell on him, right? Something huge and formless coming down from the sky, swallowing me up. Okay, I'm not sure. He says, you bring me peace, Rosemary. I want to be able to bring you peace, too. So here she's replying on October 15th. She says, you do, HUD, you do. No one's ever made my heart beat like this. No one's ever made my words stick in my throat like you do. Even though it's cold out, even though the wind makes the dry leaves and twigs on the trees rattle like bones, when I think about you, I only think of summer and life and light. Sometimes I can't help but wonder what it would be like if, sometime in the spring, we stayed out here late into the night and watched the stars. Just think about waking up next to each other in the morning when the sun shines through the leaves. I know we couldn't actually go through with it, but I like to picture it nonetheless. 2 days later, October 17th, Hud says, I'll watch the stars with you anytime and almost anywhere. Not here, but anywhere else. My mom always tells me that love is hard work, but falling for you was so easy, like magic. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. My protection against everyone and everything else in this town. And then he sends her a little coded message in Pigpen cipher, which I've gotten here from our first box. And let's decode it. So if you can see, it's Y-O-U apostrophe R-E and then M my C H A R M. You're my charm, he says. All right, I'm not sure we need to record that. I'm not sure that's very useful for us, but we'll just put it on there. That was October 17th. Okay, now here we're jumping to October 29th. So 2 weeks later. I'm sorry it's been so long since I've replied. My parents have been keeping a close eye on me since they saw us holding hands at the festival. This is where the gift he gave her, maybe. My dad isn't as awful as he seemed, I promise. That present you won me is so great to play around with. I've been acting out little scenes between the animals like a kid and slotting them together and taking them apart over and over again. I like that the animals form a whole new creature when they're together. I kind of feel like you and I do that too. With love. And then it looks like he's taught Rosemary to write some code. Let's see what Rosemary writes. Rosemary says, Y-O-R So Y-O-U-R, your, I guess she's going to say charm, right? C-H-A-R, your charm. Okay, so he called her his charm, and she is signing off, signed your charm. Cute. So, he won her a gift. He gave it to her. That's the password. Forget is whatever creature this is. And she's talking about this is what he won for her, that you put it together and it forms a new animal. And she's saying that's kind of like us. Okay, now what happens? I never knew what I wanted before you. I do. Now I do. I want this. I want us to be loved by you. That's all I really want. Signed HUD. No secret message here. Kind of looks like there's secret writing. But maybe it's just coming through. Weird. All right. That was October 30th. Now we're on October 31st. Next time we meet out here, let's something, 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 something. Since the whole area inside of it is where we've been leaving all of our letters, we should leave a mark on the place where we first fell in love. Our love will be a part of the land itself. They're carving their initials into the tree. I think this is what did it. I think you carve your initials into the tree where the witch was killed and you're making like a blood pact. I think they probably like put some blood on it too. Let's translate these messages now. All right. C A R V. Let's carve. AOUR. Let's carve our INITIALS. Let's carve our initials. IN into THIS. STUMP. Next time we meet out here, let's carve our initials into this stump. Since the hollow area inside of it is where we've been leaving all of our letters, we should leave a mark on the place where we first fell in love. Our love will be part of the land itself. Ugh, heartbreaking. All right, what now? She or he is continuing. Ugh. THIN. Think. Let's go to this. I'm doing this now. Think. ABOUT. Think about. Think about it. Colon. R plus H, Rosemary plus Hudson, comma, W R I T T E N, written, HERE, written here. INSIDE, written here inside of, and then we've got LITTLE, little HEA, inside of a little heart is what she's saying. She's describing the design here. Inside of a little heart, comma. Last word. F, it's going to be forever, right? FOREVER. Carve our initials into the stump. Think about it. R and H written here inside of little heart forever. Seems like it isn't to do with the family history. No, it's just about carving their initials into her stump. Although you never know. Then November 1st, next day, he replies in code and he says THAT, that S, it's going to be sounds, SOUNDS, that sounds amazing, period. T-H-E-R-E, there. A-R-E, there are. S, there are so, this is going to be many. M-A-N-Y, there are so many. S-A-D, there are so many sad. S-T-O-R-I-E-S, there's so many sad stories. A-B-O-U-T, about. T-H-I-S. Continuing on, we have P, it's going to be A-L-A-C-E, about this place, period. Then we have L-E-T apostrophe S, let's. M-A-K-E, let's make. A-H-A-P-P-Y, a happy one. This is probably going to stay together. G-O-G-E-T-H-E-R. She says, let's carve our initials in the stump in a heart forever. He says, that sounds amazing. There's so many sad stories about this place. Let's make a happy one together. And it says, but Carver was making the house in the 50s, and Hud's father was also one of the men who reported an incident, so this story couldn't start in 1997. Time doesn't really matter here. Why couldn't Hudson's father have been working there in 1950, and now Hudson is a teenager in 1997? Couldn't that be possible? It didn't say Hudson's father died at the place. Alright, and then that's it. Nothing secretly written. So this feels like it's just story, and that the only puzzle now from the story was that he gave her this toy that he won at the fair, at the festival, and now we're going to assemble it and see what creature they make when you combine them all. Does anyone have any spatial? Could have been the grandfather, Kent. Jonathan says maybe it wasn't his father working there, it was his grandfather. That's a good idea. Is anyone good at spatial stuff that you can see that if the fox is here and the beaver is here and the turtle is here and the duck is here, that you can imagine? It's hard to even see what's happening. All right, well, we got to punch this out. So we're not going to be able to pass this on in its original form, but that's okay. That's not our concern. It would just be nice to pass it along to someone who could enjoy the mystery by themselves, and they could do that even with the parts. Punching these out. We're taking our time, Jesse, so we don't rip anything. Try the black light on the animals. Doesn't say the light will reveal. It doesn't say the light will reveal. It says light reveals the hidden creature. And Rosemary talks it about. The present you won me is so great to play around with. I've been acting out little scenes and taking them apart. I like the animals form a whole new creature when they're together. Well, we'll see. see. We'll see if we have to turn out the lights. And we might also look for some hidden text on these documents using water or fire, although I didn't see anything. It's hard to see the light on non-white color, so I'm just going to look around here. Don't see any hidden text on any of that. Certainly not on that. And the animals themselves? No, not really. Kind of a shame not to have them make use of some hidden writing once more. Well, one last time. Alright, let's get these bases done. Alright, so this is the gift that Hudson gave to Rosemary at the festival. Light reveals the hidden creature, it says. I don't know why it has to beat that dead horse. I mean, she says it very explicitly in her writing that it creates things. So I don't know why she has to double down and say it on the text. Okay. I guess that we shouldn't lose track of what animal is what number. Just making sure all the lines work. Are cut out. Okay, let's see what we've got now. Let's put these away and just get these out in front of us. All right. All right, so it says, according to this, that animal 1 goes here, and animal 1 is the fox. So I guess he's meant to go here. Guess they can hide each other a little bit. Okay, so fox here, animal 1 there. You could go behind it or in front of it. It's not clear which. Animal 2 is the beaver. He's supposed to go here. Okay, we don't know whether he goes above someone, in front of someone. It's hard to know. Okay. Animal 3 is the turtle. He's supposed to go here. Okay, come on, little fella. Get in there. Okay. And then 4th, the duck, goes on this last place. Okay. So here they are. It kind of looks like a snake or something. And then we're supposed to put these feet on here. All right, so regardless of which ones we put in front of which, that's not really going to make a difference if it's all about light. So, I mean, one way is to say what's the profile, but then the other way is to say that there's somehow some three-dimensional thing this way. The shadow is a new creature, so we need to create a shadow. Yes, although, I mean, the shadow is just going to be the profile of it, right? I mean, maybe a shadow will reveal it better. But let's see what we can see here. I guess we're going to need to turn the lights off. Well, I can see a shadow. I don't know. Can you see it? Yes, you guys can see it. So what do you make of that? Is that a creature? What is that? Let's put this out better. So I'll put them out. I'll put them at, there you go. You can see that. What is it? Is it a rabbit? I'm having a little bit of hard trouble. An elephant. It is an elephant, isn't it? I'm having a little bit of trouble because the camera's behind it. Let me just do it so that I can see it. There we go. Okay, so it's an elephant. All right, well, I'm glad you guys could see it, and you were right. The shadow helped. The shadow helped. So this bump in his butt here probably would go away if I flattened this. Yeah. Maybe put this up a little bit. All right, we're all agreed it's an elephant. Okay, well, that was clever, but not much of a puzzle for us to solve. That feels like that's it. I mean, we don't know. Maybe when we open this file, there's going to be something more. The only thing we didn't do is we didn't find any hidden text. That troubles me a bit. Let's do one last thing. Let's find the page that said from, I mean, there's no reason for us not to put in that code. Maybe when we put in the code, it'll tell us something to do next. So I guess we should just go ahead and put in that code. All right. Are you guys ready for this game to possibly be over? Are you ready to put in the code? Anything you want to discuss before we put in this code? I'm so sorry, Mom, he says. Where's my lighter? Let's try not to start a fire here. Let me just quickly. There's no hidden text with heat. There's no hidden text with heat. Shall we try to see if anything is water revealed? I suppose the hints will tell us at the end of the game. All right, let's just put in a tiny bit of water here. I'm not putting much on, but nothing's coming out. Nope. Okay. So maybe the game will tell us what this is about, if anything. You could imagine also, I can see there are some patterns here. Is it possible, you could imagine that these would go together somehow. Like there are stains on some of these. You could imagine that they form something, but they're on both sides, so it doesn't really look like they match up. Would have been a cool idea, though. All right, I think that's it. Jonathan says we can, or Logan says we can check all the hints when we're done. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see if the game ends here. We'll talk about it. A little bit scary, but elephant sure seems like our answer. Tip line. Here we go. What are we supposed to be doing here? Like what's the premise of why we're telling them this? When you know the solution to Anthony's objective, put it in. Click on the locked file, answer the security questions. Correctly answering all 5 security questions will unlock the finale. I see. This card seems like it's giving away something we're not supposed to know yet. It sounds like there's going to be multiple security questions. Let's read his note again. I can't answer the security question. Okay, so I guess there's going to be more than one. Okay, so it's not a contact her. It's open the locked file. Okay, forgot your password. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its part. I want to note something that it's talking about Rosemary in the third person. So who wrote this? Shouldn't it be Rosemary's file? This is someone Carver playing a game or something? I don't know. But we think the answer to this one is elephant. Okay, let's see what happens when we click submit. Invalid response. Say what now? Did I spell elephant wrong? Which proved to be the sum of its parts. Did I spell elephant wrong? Does it want capitals? Isn't this how you spell elephant, with an A? Is elephant spelled with an E? What's happening? How do you spell elephant? Surely that's how you spell it. It was absolutely an elephant. What's happening? You won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. Yeah, but that was an elephant. That was one way to rearrange them, was surely an elephant. So, I mean... John says, maybe we missed the directions for another order. That's an interesting question. Let me just read what she says again. Does she say you could do it in different, you could make different creatures? Present You Won Me is so great to play around with. I've been acting out little scenes between the animals, sliding them together, taking them apart. I think I like that the animals form a whole new creature when they're together. She's not saying they form multiple creatures. I mean, we could play with it. But it does say light reveals the hidden creature. So it sure sounds like it's only meant to reveal one of them. We could try moving them around, but then why would they have specific numbers? Like it told us 1 goes here, 2 goes here, 3 goes here, 4 goes here, and that ended up with a creature. And everything here seems to be saying singular. I mean, it would be a cool idea if no matter how you arrange them, you got a different creature, but that sure doesn't sound like what the game is telling us. And that would be a lot of creatures. Doesn't work, doesn't make sense. Is it possible that it wants us to put elephant here? I don't think you can even type here. You can't type. You can only say forget. Forgot your password. He wanted this creature, which was the sum. Is there a... Does it want like pachyderm? Does it want a different name for elephant? Let me just try... That's not how you spell elephant. Elephant's with an A. Invalid response. Alright. That's weird, huh? I mean, we could always check hints, but let's not. Let's not check hints. Do we know how they got Tank? Could HUD have won him? What other creatures are in our story? The present you won me is so great to play around with. I've been acting out little scenes between the animals like a kid, sorting them together and taking them apart. I like that the animals form a whole new creature when they're together. And then Anthony says, focus on answer to the security question hiding somewhere within those documents. I mean, this is clearly, he won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. I mean, it's how did something be more obviously wanting to know this? All right, let's do this again. What is there something we're not getting? Is this not an elephant? That thing looks like a trunk. It's clearly an elephant with the trunk, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense for it to be anything but an elephant with that trunk. I need to look at it differently so I can see it. With the trunk and the way its mouth is open on the right. It's not a dog. I mean, it's clearly meant to be an elephant. Could be a bird from the other end. I mean, if you put them all straight, it's just like so clearly an elephant. Let me just do it this way and see what I see. More than the sum of its parts, it's clearly talking about this puzzle of identifying what it is. If you look at it from the side, I'm getting a little confused. What's with the big tail then? I mean, elephants do have tails. If you look at it from the other end. It's kind of a little bit hard to see. Is there a way for me to make it easier for us to see what the shape is? I'm making it worse. Camel? Could it be camel with two humps? Could be a camel, right? Could it be? I mean, his head is the wrong way for a camel, though. Could it be like this guy tilts? This guy goes up. Not really. I mean, camel has a tall head, but he's facing the wrong direction. And then what's this thing out here? It's clearly an elephant. It's clearly an elephant. All right, let's just concentrate. I think that Jonathan has the right idea. Like, typos happen here. Let's concentrate and make sure there's no extra spaces here. Elephant all lowercase. Elephant. Invalid response. Let me do it this way. Let me actually try to reload this. Maybe we even visit this page from fresh. Forgot your password. ELEPHANT. It wants to uppercase it. I can change it to lowercase. Fascinating. It says, answer the following security questions in order to access this file. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. It's weird how it's one question. And then Tina says type an elephant, maybe? I think what I'll try to do, I'll type an elephant. I'll try to reload this with a different browser. Anna says try Dodo. Let's try reloading this page in a different browser. Yes, let's do exactly that. Just in case. So that was Chrome I was using. Okay, this is... All right, let's do this together. Let's make sure we enter the right case number, and then maybe we'll read this. This says answer all 5 questions. All right, we're in the website. We'll say save it, yes. Okay. There's also the tip one, that's weird. But okay, let's go to the locked video file. Okay, we can't type anything there, but we can type forgot your password. Forgot your password. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. These parts are all numbered. We could try adding up these numbers. The duck is 4, the guy is 3, 2, 1. We could try putting in the sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. Let's try elephant first, though. Elephant, submit, invalid. All right, let's try putting in the number then. Okay, well, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 3, 6, 10. Submit. Invalid response. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. 10, not 10. Don't see how this makes any sense. Let's read this stuff again. Decipher all coded messages. Help Anthony complete his objective. When you know the solution to Anthony's objective, return to the website, log in using the password, click on the locked file, answer the security questions. Correctly answer all 5 security questions. Will unlock the finale. Let's also not forget this came in this box too. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. But then okay, well, we're told 1 is a fox plus 2 is a beaver plus 3 is a turtle plus 4 is a duck equals elephant. Boy, that would be convoluted. Do you think that could be it? Tina says do it one at a time. I don't see. I just don't understand how you could put it in one at a time. Like, that doesn't make sum of all the numbers, not just the 4 elephants, the sum of its parts. Only the animals are numbered. We can't. Okay, number 1 was fox. Submit. Invalid response. Add all the numbers on the paper. That doesn't make sense to me as being the creature, but yeah. It doesn't make sense to me because they're just like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just telling you where to put them. The actual standees don't have numbers. Unless we already checked these for what the kid might have written. I mean, I can try to put in 20. I'm gonna, Anna says, try elephant 10. Well, I can try that. Okay, let's try putting in your 20 first, which I don't think makes sense to me. Not that we're flailing around. None of it makes sense. But okay, so Anna says elephant 10, which proved to be the sum of its part. I wonder if that's a clue. Proved to be the sum of its parts. Submit. No, but I think we might be onto something. Did I already try like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10? There's something about proved to be the sum of its parts that's... I still like my idea that it was adding them up. Is that not a fox? That's a fox, right? And that's a turtle, right? Is a turtle... What's the difference between a tortoise and a turtle? This guy's got a shell, right? That's a turtle. That's a fox. That's a beaver, right? We're not missing anything. I like the idea the creature proved to be the sum of its parts. Proved to be the sum of its parts. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. That proved sounds weird, almost like it wants us to type in, but this creature, light reveals the hidden creature. It's clearly elephant. I think we better try the misspellings in case something went terribly wrong. But we found no sign that this game has any typos. Like, this is if one thing they've done well, they have not made mistakes. He does call her his charm. What does she say? This present you won me is so great to play around with. I've been acting out little scenes, slotting them together, taking them apart over and over again. I like the animals form a whole new creature when they're together. All right, we need to experiment with putting them in different slots to see if maybe it creates different shadows. If so, then Jonathan's old theory about you have to know the order they go in would make sense. So let's just see what happens if we move these around a bit. Do we still get a different creature when we do that? Or is it always elephant or nothing? Does that create anything different? It's a little hard for me to see. It kind of still looks like an elephant, if anything. Now let's try putting these all the way in a completely different order. Put the turtle in the back. And put the fox up front. Okay, that looks like a snake or something. What's that? That doesn't look like anything. I think it's gotta be elephant. So that means what does that mean? What does it mean? It means the answer is in some form. We've seen no sign that this game, yeah, his butt is a little disconcerting, but we can maybe fix that. And he's got a little hump. What's that hump from there? Okay, that's an elephant. That's surely an elephant. Even though he's got a bit of a butt weird issue. All right, so the basic answer is elephant. Now, there's no sign that there's been any sloppiness or mistakes in this game. We've tried both browsers. So I think it's got to be something else that we're not quite getting. What are we not quite getting? We see an elephant. The present you won me is so great to play around with. I've been acting out little scenes between the animals like a kid, slotting them together, taking them apart over and over again. I like that the animals form a whole new creature when they're together. Kind of feel like you and I do that too. With love, your charm. This says light reveals the hidden creature. And the question is, he won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. And Anthony's assignment to us is... if you can answer the... Okay. The important thing is to focus on the answer to the security question. It's hiding somewhere within those documents. If you can answer the security question, you can unlock the file. Someone uploaded a file. The file is password protected. I put in every password. Then I could think of. Then I tried to answer the security question to bypass password protection. But I had no luck there either. It was a strange question. I'd completely run out of ideas when Tank showed up. Let's try something. Let's go to our original thing that we've been using. Let's close this. Let's see if Rosemary will respond to a message. Let's tell Rosemary, what the F? Elephant. Let's see if Rosemary... Oh, Anna says, what about the red and black postcard again? Let's look at it. Let's look at what Rosemary says. Rosemary says, help me. Oh, that's spooky. Just going to send her one more tip line. Just going to send her one more that just says elephant. Help me, that's all she says. All right, Anna says, what about that postcard that we never made any use of? It says, the Black Hills Forest is full of many stories, super neutral. Every time something horrible happens, people come to exploit the story. We did have a code where the letter is reversed, remember? Is it possible that it wants us to reverse those letters? For using the old code, the Abast code? You know what I'm talking about? Where's our Abast? Atbash cipher. We type an elephant to this. Elephant. VOVKSZ. Let's just try this. VOV. Sorry, you're not seeing this. So in the beginning we encountered the Atbash cipher. VOVKSZ. SZMG, right down there, and after where it says message after shift, ELEPHANT. Anna says, no, not that one. The first one that tells us what to do. Which first one that tells us what to do? Oh, you mean this postcard? It just says answer the security questions. This says answer all 5 security questions or try elephant backwards. Okay, so one of the fun things with these kinds of games is to think about how sure you are. This seems like it wants the whole password for the whole site. So my question for you is, do you think this is going to work? Jonathan says, there's a part where Carver said we had 2 messages. I also feel some of Rosemary's letters had odd capitals. That could be part of something, but more likely have to do with a different question. I agree with all that. It seems to me like maybe this answer we should be able to get, but that there are going to be other questions that make us dig back into that. So Anna says try elephants backwards. I think it's going to be this cipher, so I'm going to type in the cipher first. VOVKSZMG. No. Okay. So then you want me to type elephant backwards, but then why would that be? I mean, on what basis? On what basis would we think to try to type in that backwards? That makes no sense to me. At least the @bash cipher was a cipher we had encountered before. VOVKSZMG. I'm very confused. I'll make sure I type this in. VOVKSZMG. I'm confused. Jonathan says I'm tempted to say we look at hints. Let's walk through our documents again first. I mean, clearly it's evident, it's elephant, but I wonder, is it possible there's part of this document that tells us something about elephant? What is this all about? What is this postcard? The Black Hills Forest is full of many stories. What the heck? Let's walk through our evidence again. I mean, it sure feels pretty straightforward. And if there are 5 questions, it makes sense that this first one would be easy. Here's the photo. Everything's turning white. She says a saying about how she can almost feel him. Is there any comment she made about an elephant or... I'm so sorry, Mom. Why is this page blank? That's really troubling. It's really weird and troubling. He says, this message is for you, investigator. In fact, both of them are. Well, let's look at this. We didn't really pay much attention to this. Jonathan Warner says, there's no way it's a skunk, right? And they nicknamed their son after it. Could it be Skunk? That's a very interesting idea. A skunk has a big tail. Well, it's worth trying. Sure seems like an elephant to me, but we can certainly try skunk. I mean, skunk was the answer to one of our previous puzzles, so... Skunk. No. Alright, what about this? Rose, he says, this message is for you, investigator. In fact, both of them are. Rosemary believes she can finish this herself. Little does she know that it's been over for years. Her family made their mark and it sealed their fate. Rifle shoots where the hunter points. The axe drops the woodsman. What she wants will be done. Tree falls in the woods. Offer extended. Words in the lost child. Martyr. Certainly doesn't seem like it has anything to do. They talk about carving their names on the stump. He says it's a great idea. They're sneaking out. They're cute. Kids Birth Hospital. This mysterious thing that we don't know what to make of. Where's my... This, which we don't know what to make of. Superneutral. There is the Superneutral website. We started this game, but maybe if we... Hold on a second. Home. We heard this one. It's almost like it wants us to listen to this again. Do you think? And it says, would you try Mammoth? Sure, I'll try Mammoth. It just can't be. It can't be that that elephant is wrong, but Mammoth is good. But we'll put it in. Nothing about this game has suggested that it's not... Like, everything about this game suggests that they've been smart about this stuff and they haven't accidentally made things fail. But I wonder if we need to... This is how we started the game. The other thing we should do is make sure that it hasn't sent me an email of some sort. Doesn't seem to have. Season 2 might be about Supernatural coming to town, might just be an ad. I think you're right. Answering all 5 security questions. I'm a little worried that it's some bug, but it doesn't. We haven't seen any signs of there being a bug. The part about prove is really tempting me to think it's something. Alright, let's read this again. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Rosemary and the boys are nowhere to be found. I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I have no idea how you've managed to keep this up for so long. I'm getting off track. There's been a development. Someone uploaded a new file to Rosemary's website. Based on the site's permissions, it must have been sent from Rosemary's phone. But the file is password protected. I haven't been able to access it. Put in every password I can think of. Then I tried to answer the security question, singular, to bypass the password protection. I had no luck there either. It was a very strange question. Completely run out of ideas when Tank showed up. He was chasing a squirrel. Followed him from my front porch. He wanted me to follow him. It was broad daylight. The stump was hollowed out, just like she said it was. There were notes inside. More recent notes looking like they're from Rosemary. Sending you everything I found in the stump. If you can answer the security question on the locked file, you can unlock the file and maybe we'll get the answers we need. Says, you're my charm. She wants to sleep in the forest. He says, this message is for you, investigator. In fact, both of them are. Jonathan says, this reminds me of a time me and my college roommate could not get one of our keys to unlock the door. We were convinced we must have somehow gotten hold of a wrong key. Suddenly it just worked. Yeah, I mean, it's not, it wouldn't be the first time that some typo caused some trouble, but boy, we've tried this a couple times now. Let's try a couple things here. Forgot your password. Answer the following security questions. Well, you know, I've been saying how this isn't like they don't have any bugs, but this part has been frustrating. The fact that the card says answer 5 questions, he says answer 1, this says answer security questions. You tried it on a desktop browser and you saw that it had still only the one question. Is that correct? Because sometimes the mobile versions are weird. Let me just... Do you think, like, here's another way you could look at it. He won her this creature, elephant, and then it says, comma, which proved to be the sum of its parts. That would be 10. This is just silliness. We're just being silly now. It's like technicalities. What if it's in all caps? Elephant. There's some other trick. He won her, this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. I did it the other way. Let's see, I did it the other way. This is just not right. I'm focused on that proving part as being a weird clue. We're going to have to look up the... He won her this creature, which proved to be the... I wonder... It could be HUD. Jonathan's made me think, what if it's... The answer is he. Like, he won her this creature. Who's the he? He won her this creature. Do you think there might be 5 questions here? So it's like HUD. Her is Rosemary. Like, is that what it is? Is it like 5 things here? HUD, Rosemary. The creature is elephant. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. That's now I run into trouble. John says the game has successfully simulated us going nuts. We've lost our minds. I like this idea though. He won her this creature, which proved to be the sum of its parts. This is the part where, like, I don't know what could be the other 2. The sum of its parts would be 10, but then how do you get, where's the missing one? And there's no feedback, so how are we supposed to know? If I play this again or look at the animals again, it could be another animal. Aren't they supposed to be in an angle? I mean, we can look at them again, but it doesn't... Light reveals the creature. So there's the animals that it came from. Here they are on their stands. They're specifically numbered that the fox goes here. That's a fox, right? That's clearly a fox because of its tail. Number 2 is clearly a beaver, right? That's his beaver tail. Number 3 is this turtle here. And 4 is this duck, clearly. If I put them in the positions that they're here, we get this. And if we shine the light, put them in an angle, not like this, like the base. You mean turn them like this? Oh, I like this idea. Wait a second, I see what Anna's saying. This is a clever idea. Okay, so what if we put them perpendicular? This is intriguing. This is intriguing. So what if we put them perpendicular? This is intriguing idea. This is a very intriguing idea. It kind of feels right. It feels right. Okay. If this works, we're going to be very happy we didn't go to the hints. All right, so if we put them all perpendicular, okay. And now let's try to shine a light through them. Or are we going to get elephant again? If we get elephant, we're going to have to go to the website. Let's see if we can make sense of it. Do you see anything from there? What do you see? I can't really see it. Or we could go through this. Rabbit? Is it a rabbit? Really? That's a rabbit? I can't see it. Let me split it so I can see. Where do you see rabbit? Oh yeah, I guess maybe it is a rabbit. It's a rabbit, isn't it? It's hard to see. I see it a bit, says Jonathan. Let me, where, there. Okay. Wow, it's almost 3D. It's a rabbit or a rat. It's almost got ears. Yeah, that's a rabbit. It's a rabbit or a rat. I think you're right. I think it is a rabbit. Look at his ears. It's hard to see, but yeah. I think it has long ears. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I could try, for the sake of gameplay, we could try to get these right. Get over, duck. Okay, there's the duck a little bit. All right, let's try to turn out the lights a little bit. Let's try to get a good glimpse of this thing for the sake of gameplay. All right, let's see if we can't get this. What's the best top down? At least you guys can see it. What do you think? Rabbit? This guy's tail should be bent a little bit more. And this duck really doesn't want to go. Running rabbit. All right. I think that's very, very clever conclusion that we have to put it perpendicular instead of the way I was doing it. That makes a lot of sense. All right, I think it's going to be rabbit. I think you were right. Can even do it. No, that's not going to do it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What's happened here? Okay, here we go. This might just be the first question or a rabbit. Here we go. That was it. It was rabbit. All right, so now it gave us to another question. She took this name upon herself. Great job, Anna. Yes, great. I agree with Jonathan. Great job, Anna. That was very good. Well done. Okay. All right, so we've got another question. She took this name upon herself in secret, and it only proved her hubris. Okay, so we know what that sorry, I'm not showing you. So I think we know what that answer is, right? Who wants to say what it is in the chat? Who remembers? Charm, yes, charm. I believe that's right. Chat says charm. I agree. C-H-A-R-M. Yes, that worked. Okay, next. Her second child was mine from the moment she shuddered while her own bleeding heart loomed. Ow, Sarah. A cat just bit me. You've been possessed by the witch. You're not going to stop me from solving it, Sarah. The cat is trying to stop us from solving this. She's been possessed. Sarah, move along. Her second child was mine from the moment she shuddered while her own bleeding heart loomed above her, emblazoned with these letters. Her own bleeding heart loomed above... Oh, we know what those letters are. That's her... That's the initials they carved, right? And she said... She told us the order of them. Where's that document we decrypted? She said, carve our initials into the stump. Think about it. R plus H. Not H plus R. R plus H, she says. According to this. All right, let's try it. R plus H. I don't know if it should be capitalized. We'll just try this. Yep. Okay, here we go. I think we're almost in. Her firstborn whispered hoarse and barely heard, telling her this time, the only time in a timeless place. Her firstborn whispered hoarse and barely heard, telling her this time, the only time in a timeless place. You think it's Mom, I'm sorry, huh? You think it's that weird phrase, I'm so sorry, Mom? You think it's that phrase? I'm so sorry, Mom? But why does this have anything to do with time? Telling her this time, the only time in a timeless place. It needs to be a time. Telling her this time. What was that circle text? What did we say the circle text said? Did we write it down? The circle text said, I can't give up, but I feel Liam near me. I can almost hear him. I think he's saying it's time to rest. Time to rest. Time to rest. Yes, I think that's right. Telling her this time, the only time in a timeless place. I think it's just going to be rest, right? Okay, R-E-S-T. Okay, here we go. This might be the last one. The truth has been spelled out by the one who carves. He is finished, but I am not. Tell me, detective, on whom my sights are fixed. This is the witch talking to us. That's scary. The witch is talking to us and the whole site's going crazy. On whom my sights are fixed. It's not what, it's who. Is it us? Yeah, I wonder if it's us. I wonder if it's us. Anna says maybe us. Jonathan's, yeah, the Carver said the messages were about us. The whole website's freaking out. Like the play at the end, staring at us. So what do you think the answer is? Just us? Like that? Or us or me, probably both will have the same effect. I'm nervous to type it in. What do you think? Should we go for it? Carver said detective, singular. He said this message is for you, investigator. In fact, both of them are. Tell me, investigator, whom my sights are fixed. So it could be us, me, investigator. I mean, we could try all of them. They would all be basically. All right, John says let's try investigator first. I think we can try a bunch of them. Let's try investigator. No, it doesn't like that one. That one's a good one, though. Good guess. All right, I think we should try me. Or in this case, it's really us. We're in this together. You guys are getting cursed too. All right, here we go. You ready? Deep breath. No. Okay, well, it could be me. Could be me. M-E. Okay, that's it. Hello is all it says. I don't know if we want to hear this. There we go.
This is a message for the detective. I keep circling back to this exact pile of stones. I can only hope that a search party will find them too. My phone's light is useless in this dark. If this flashlight stops working before I find the boys, it might be over for me. But I know they're close. If I don't make it back, you can follow my trail based on this video. I keep seeing...
I knew that was going to happen.
No.
I guess that's it. Oh, let's see. We can see there's a timeline. Okay, so that's it. The whole family's up with their back to us. Very appropriate to the movie. And not a happy ending. That was stressful. Well, that's it. That's the end of the game. Very stayed true to the movie foundations of this game, and that was scary. That was genuine horror movie Blair Witch scary. You guys wanted that for Halloween and you got it. Hope you're happy. Only the dog survived. The rest of the family's out there with their back to us. I'd be tempted to try season 2, but I think it's going to be just as bleak. Yeah, Logan Hill says that was bleak. So the witch just wanted to get us into the woods. That's what this was about. Oh, that's creepy. Very creepy. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break here for everyone to get their nerves settled, and we'll come back and we'll give our final thoughts after 3 days. Logan Hill starting to give final thoughts. Not yet, not yet. You got to wait 8 minutes, then come back and give your final thoughts. We'll wrap up. I'm not sure what my final thoughts are, but I've got 8 minutes to figure them out. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we are 7 hours in, and we finished the Blair Witch Season 1. That means it took us about 21 hours to play through the set, which seems about right. That puts it up there with the length of games we've played. Now we're going to talk about our thoughts. And I'm frankly not 100% sure what my thoughts are. I may need a couple days to sleep on it, but I can give you my initial, let's just talk a little bit off the top of our head, our sort of gut initial reactions, and I'll check in with the chat. I would say in all, the real strength of this, where it really succeeded, was in telling a creepy, scary, tense atmosphere experience. I think the story was good, interesting, scary, but even more than that was the structure of the game in terms of back and forth contact with this person, Rosemary, who did the main acting and the voice acting. So between each of the 6 sessions, we conversed with Rosemary, and like a movie, like a story, it was like a movie, things ramped up, like the plot developed. It wasn't just one thing from the beginning. One son gets missing, where did he go? And then some scary guys got him, and then the other son goes and disappears, then Rosemary gets lost. And so the voice acting was so compelling, and the fear, the tension, like she was driving in a car in the rain when we told her other son got stolen. I mean, it was really ramping up the tension each episode until the finale, where we got this desperate final video. It scared me at the end. So like all of that capturing of the atmosphere and the fear and the tension was quite unique to these kinds of games. And I think it really did it well. Like I don't think we've played another game that even came close to creating as much actual fear and tension from me. I don't know if I'd want to play that alone. Okay, the second part, though, even aside from all that, I really enjoyed when I see these horror movies, like the Blair Witch movie was okay. It didn't do that much for me. I don't like gory horror movies. I like the movies that are sort of scary for being scary. And I tend not to like the supernatural stuff. But I like that this isn't about gore. This is about sort of the fear of the unknown. And, but the other part about these movies that I enjoy the most about the stories is the origins part. And what I really loved here was that we got snippets of different time frames, right? We got the actual current day. The interactions with the game were these exchanges with Rosemary that are happening today. Like when you type in the message, that's today. And when you get the new package, you're getting that today. And then we're dealing with the case of a missing kid from months ago. And then we're dealing with what happened to the husband a couple years ago. Then the time period when the husband met the wife in the 90s. Then the timber yard, we had a whole episode that was sort of a flashback to the 50s. And then we got some search expeditions in the 1800s. And then we got a story of when they killed the witch and heard from the judge who killed her in the 1700s. For me, that I think might have been the highlight. The fact that we got these, what you would call, what's the right word? They're like the primary is not the word. The documents, the original documents from those times. We saw the timber reports from the 50s. We saw the judge's story told from the book that was in the wall from the 1800s, the handwritten map maker's notes, and the search expeditions drawing and notes. The fact that we got to read from those people from those times was really enjoyable. And the components are very high quality. Like the little gimmicky props, the carved statue, the little necklace, the stuff. I think none of them were important, really, but there were a couple of them that hid some information. Like the hat hid something in the label, the booklet, pamphlet hid something behind the cover. That was pretty impressive. And the maps looked nice. Everything looked nice. Overkill, unnecessary, yes. You don't need a hat. I don't need a cigarette case. That just increases the price. Doesn't really do anything for me, but I was impressed by the quality of it all. And it's not just the quality of the props. We've played a lot of these games on this channel, and we know it's not uncommon to have mistakes in these games, right? Typos, mistakes in logic, mistakes in dates or whatever. We went through 6 boxes of this and we basically found nothing that was wrong. And that's pretty impressive, really. I also liked the website system. We haven't looked at the hints besides the first episode. I had some complaints about the hint system in the first episode. But I like how the website has its own email system that was super simplified. To me, that's good. I don't want to have to use my real email address to go to real websites and have a Facebook account and an Instagram account. So I was very happy that everything was on their website, and I just think it was well done. Now, so, I mean, and I think that's what we wanted for this game. We wanted atmosphere, theme, to be immersed, and I think it succeeded in all of that, and I think the chat seems like they basically agreed. Logan joined us for 21 hours and says it was bleak, and I really love this experience. So it's, you know, I get a huge amount of enjoyment when I play a game if the other people enjoy it. If other people aren't enjoying it, I'm not going to enjoy it. So the fact that everyone seems to have enjoyed this makes it that much more enjoyable for me. I'm surprised that Anna joined us for this one. She generally likes to focus on pure detective stuff and doesn't like when they're bleak and bad things. And it's interesting that Anna says, I joined halfway through, but didn't regret it. I wouldn't play this type of game alone, but with you guys it was fun. Not a wrapped up and satisfying ending, but the genre wouldn't allow that anyway. It does seem like it very much matched the feel, the style, and the philosophy of the Blair Witch movie. I think that's really true. It ended very consistently with the movie. It had tie-ins to the movie. The lore built out the lore of the movie in a really interesting way, I thought. And I thought it was very true to the movie. I think, like, that's rare, and I would be very happy with this if I was part of the people who made the movie and were concerned about the lore of the movie. I would be really happy with what Hunt a Killer did here. And it was fun to look at that map and imagine where places were at different times. So I think this game was very true to the movie. And for people who love the movie, like this built out a lot of lore in a really interesting and creepy way. We read a lot of creepy stuff. The workers at the mill sticking his hand in the wood chipper. There was a lot of scary, creepy stuff that was completely appropriate for this game and this movie and this world. And we don't see many adult games of these mystery types, and I think we've seen a couple now. We saw it in Deadbolt Mystery Society. We saw it here, and I think that scratched an itch to play this kind of game. Jonathan says story and audio were great. Yeah, I'll tell you another thing. This is a sort of a more subtle point, but I think it ties back to something that Pandemic Legacy did really well that I think is underappreciated in makers of these kinds of games, which is it's really enjoyable to have sort of chunks that are separated by different kinds of events. And sometimes we play these mystery games and you have to use the web, the internet, throughout. And not often, but occasionally. Like you'll come across a website, so okay, we now have to go to the web and figure out this puzzle and work on the website. And one of the things I really enjoyed was the sort of way this was structured. It was basically, you're going to play the game in the box, and then after every episode, you're going to visit the website, and you're going to get some change of pace and reward. Anna has to go now. We'll talk to her later. Anyway, that structure was satisfying. The fact that when we solved the case, then we got the audio clip from her that advanced the case. And we got the blogs from the neighborhood. That structure, having that kind of regularity of that structure, was very enjoyable. Now, there seemed to be a miss here in the game. The game tells you in its rule thing, when you're ready to solve it, go visit the website. I think we would advise people to make a change to that, to visit the web page at the beginning of each case, put in the password for the current case, read her blog, read the posts on the Nextdoor app, and then play the game. Then come back to the website for the answer the question and to hear the audio clip. But I really like that structure. The reason I mentioned Pandemic Legacy is because Pandemic Legacy had that kind of idea of, here's every episode you got the game, the rules, and you played the game. And then between games, you got story and development. And I think that's the way to do these games, rather than try to sprinkle everything throughout. Logan says, our change to the order was an improvement. All right, Jonathan says, some thoughts. Even though the Hunt a Killer ads always show a group, part of this felt like it might work better at a solo game. Long decoding sections with a black light, small font on the map. I'm not 100% sure I agree with you, Jonathan. I think I get what you're saying, but I think like doing that purely solo would have been hard to do, to transcribe. I feel like you almost need two people to slowly transcribe it, with one person looking at the letters and another person writing it down. But at the same point, I agree, if there were 5 people, there's not much for anyone to do while one person is staring bent over with the light trying to read a tiny font. And I think you're talking about, this was in the first episode of the box. So I think we can talk a little bit about gameplay a bit, but I think we should spend a moment again talking about that puzzle with the encrypted text hidden in black light. That was unpleasant. And I talked about it a lot. I sort of went on tilt. And it was unpleasant for a bunch of ways. I'll just recap them briefly. It was a gimmicky thing to hold the black light up. You were basically told, it wasn't some real aha moment. You were basically told you could see that you were going to use the black light to see the text. It was very hard to see those tiny little writing with the black light pen. But the decision to encrypt that text with a stupid cipher that you were given the key for, that basically it was called an embossed cipher. You basically switch the letters, A goes to Z, etc. Stacy says in the chat, I played this alone, but I bought a large black light and it was not as annoying. I should have gotten my black light to work. But I'm going to come back to your comments in a second. But that was exactly what I think should not be in these games. It was the fact that you had to that it was going to be a ton of brute force work. There was a lot of that encrypted text, pages of it, hundreds of characters that required translation in a totally mindless, busy work way that was made even more unpleasant by the fact that you had to hold this black light and try to read those letters in tiny letters. That's exactly what I don't want in this kind of game. There was no reason to encrypt that text. You should have just said, this is a game about atmosphere and theme. Let's make the puzzle parts hard and puzzly and thinky. But when you're trying to do some creepy black light and the kid is writing, there was no reason to have hundreds of characters that you'd have to translate by hand or type into a computer translator. Made no sense, especially since the other ciphers were more interesting. That was just a lot of busy work for nothing. That should not have been in there. That text should have been in plain text. And then when you were reading it creepily, you could have said, and then he said this, and then he said this, and then he said this. It would have been immersive, thematic, fun, exciting, creepy. The fact that you're doing this thing and you can't understand the text, so you have to write it all out, then you've got it written on pages, and then you translate it. No, that was a miss. And then the fact that it was hard to find hints on that without revealing other hints, that was a real miss, that puzzle. Now, that was the only real busy work puzzle that was distinctly unenjoyable. There were a bunch more ciphers. The Pigpen cipher, which basically you were told how to decipher in his notebook and was fairly painless, and there wasn't too much of it. And then there was the Creatures cipher, which was actually fun to decode. And it was interesting that both the Pigpen, but mostly the Creatures cipher, or the man in the cabin, whoever he is, it was fun that kept coming up and that we sort of got fluent in deciphering it. That sort of added to the thematic immersive thing. And that's a good example of how actually figuring it out was fun, took some real work, and then we used it over and over again as we played. That, I think, was a real win in terms of cipher. Jonathan says, I do think our group would have enjoyed more complicated puzzles and a more complicated twist to discover in the lore, like how it seemed we wanted to find some hidden link between the Kents and the witch, beside carving the name in the stump. Logan says, I think that I wouldn't have enjoyed it as much if it was spread out over 6 months. Some of the boxes may have felt really short and not worth the money. Well, that is absolutely true. So getting to what Jonathan said, there was not very much deduction and puzzling in this game to figure out. There were the cipher. There was what looked like it was going to be a really fun map puzzle. But almost everything was very straightforward. And the map puzzle was a real disappointment because we had this big, beautiful map, which was quite interesting to look at and had tiny text. I'm not a big fan of this tiny text stuff, but because we could transcribe it and write it down, it was reasonable. But it was set in this world, set back in the 50s. It was really intriguing and seemed to promise that we were going to get a very cool puzzle. We were told 3 different stories of people that went out, very good stories, very engaging, entertaining, creepy stories of 3 different travels in this map. Like, the story stuff worked great. But then it seemed like it was going to be a good puzzle that was really going to have us chewing through there. Like, oh, they said they saw a tree to their northeast. That means they could have been here, here, or here. And then this group, oh, they said they were here, but now we remember that they dropped this little clue, and then this people found this clue, but then the seasons changed, so maybe, and the sun was rising. Like, we thought we were going to have a really meaty puzzle to go into and triangulate and finally find the place. But instead, the first set of description that we read one person say, we said, okay, he's probably here. He went 5, and then went to, here's where the witch's thing is. And then the core of the puzzle says, find out where she left a shred, and we knew immediately where that was. Oh, that's the hair, and that's it. And then the 2 other unveilings of where the cabin was, we never used. That was a real shame. A real shame, because that felt like that was going to be an engaging story. And I think that's the story of all the puzzles and mysteries in this game, is that they were easy, very brief, always contained within the same box you're playing, and always very straightforward. Like, we had the poem and we kind of knew. Now, there were a bunch of us playing. That really helps a lot. If you're just one person playing, you could easily overlook it. And we hit a couple points when we got stuck. Like, those animals at the end were sort of putting us on tilt, and one person, Anna, said line them up perpendicular, and that worked. So I think there are some things that maybe look easy when you're playing in a group of 4 experienced people, but maybe aren't so easy if you're playing alone. But as Logan points out, the idea you would get this once a month, you would chew through most of these in a few hours. We played 6 episodes in 18 hours, so 3 hours a box, and it normally takes us twice to 3 times as long as it would take a normal person. So these could be some short boxes. I think it's Jonathan says box 3 peaked to me in terms of puzzles. Box 3 was which one? Was that the one with the letters in the grid? I would say for me, John says box 3 peaked to me in terms of puzzles. I think I would agree with that. The grid of letters where we had to do some tracing and overlap. That took some real teamwork to get those tracings and things to overlap. I'm not sure I would have seen that it was a stick, but that did all click into place, and that was fun. But 1 puzzle per box, that's a little thin, especially since we played The Cabin by Deadbolt Mystery Society, and we got like 6 puzzles that we had to chew into that combined different things. The fact that each box is sort of self-contained made the puzzles much easier too. I think you're right. I think box 3, that puzzle was the most compelling. In terms of story, I like this one where we heard from the 3 groups of travelers. I really wish that this map puzzle was more satisfying. And I think that's a thing that we've never been quite satisfied with, and it's a shame. Map puzzles. It never feels like the map puzzles are sufficiently meaty that they're really satisfying. I think all kids, you read Treasure Island or whatever, the idea of a treasure map and having to really think hard to figure out how to make sense of it. I think we've never quite experienced one that's satisfying. And I wonder if there are any of these mystery games that have succeeded in that. I would like to see a game like this where you maybe discover a map right in the beginning, and then it takes you 6 boxes to really understand the map well and hear stories about different parts of the map and put it together. I think maybe the Mysterious Package Company has one of their big experiences that has to do with a secret treasure map. I'm curious now. I like that idea of a mystery game that's maybe episodic, that's epic in length, that is all about fleshing out a map, maybe filling in parts of the map that are missing and trying to find out where the treasure is as your finale. That sounds exciting to me. What else? I do think the pacing and tension, everything about the story was good. Everything about story, atmosphere, theme, the structure of Rosemary back and forth and then Anthony back and forth. Maybe you could argue that when we started playing, we sort of wanted a little bit more conspiracy. Like when we play these games, we try to think, is this person the bad guy? Is this person pretending to be the bad guy? Is the sheriff really bad? And I think maybe we wanted a little bit more of a conspiratorial solution. As Jonathan points out, we sort of wanted the Kent family to have a little twist where we finally found out that the Kent family was involved and revenge. But this was more about creepiness and a creepy lore and story, and I did enjoy that. John says, overall, I think this mainly came down as a premium story experience. We would have also enjoyed a premium gameplay experience. Yes, I can't agree more. This is not a totally satisfying gameplay puzzle case, but it is a very accomplished, best-in-class, scary experience, especially if you like this Blair Witch lore. I mean, I think from start to end, it maintained that creepiness and did justice to the movie setting. So I would consider this a real success. We should say that this is advertised for ages 14 and up, and I believe it's advertised at sort of a difficulty level of 3.5 out of 5, medium, something like that, basically a medium. And I think maybe season 2 is advertised as a little more difficult. So if that's true, I wonder, I would have liked more gameplay. In fact, the way we play these games, it would have been more satisfying if there was enough gameplay so that each box took us twice as long, and we really were ground to a halt occasionally while we tried to understand things. And I wanted to spend more time on this map. I really wanted to, especially this puzzle. Of all the puzzles, the map was the one I really wanted to spend time with. And it was sad we didn't. What do you guys think about playing season 2? Like, I definitely wouldn't want to play it right away. But any thoughts on playing season 2? It was a pretty bleak experience. I mean, in general, with these games, I don't mind bleakness, but Stacy says, before you get season 2, please read the honest reviews. So Stacy, John says we could play it next year. This was completely appropriate for Halloween. I like that idea. Stacy, you played this whole thing solo. What were your thoughts about the game as a total? I'd love to hear like how long it took you, what your thoughts were about the difficulty. All of these games, you don't realize how much harder a game is to play solo and how easy it is to get stuck when you play it solo. Like, I know we used teamwork when we played this, but it's easy to underestimate how much a difference it really is to have someone else to bounce ideas off of and get you out of a rut that you might get stuck into. So I'd like to hear Stacy's experience playing it solo, and then I'd like to hear what Stacy has heard about season 2. Sounds like she's heard some not so good things. I say her, but there was Stacy Keach. Who knows who Stacy Keach is? Stacy Keach was an actor. He played a tough guy cop detective. He played I don't think it was Philip Marlowe. It was another famous detective he played, though. He was sort of a tough guy. Stacy says, I agree with your opinions on season 1. It was much more difficult to do some of the puzzles, but the immersiveness was the same. Logan says, as soon as we got that first audio, it felt special. I have no problem delving into bleakness. Stacy says, season 2 was not good. I see. So you played season 2, Stacy? Stacy says the story was not good. Logan says, yes, it was Marlowe for an HBO series. Stacy Keach. I see. Okay, so Stacy says season 2 was not good, story was not good. Well, for me, this was all about the story in terms of success. So it sounds like maybe Blair Witch season 2 isn't the way to go. Interesting. Well, maybe by that time that comes around, it'll be on sale even cheaper. I think we might want to talk about how we feel this, Stacey says, completely different. Oh, Jonathan, that may be to a question. Jonathan says, Stacy, have you played any other Hunt-A-Killer with a really good story? That's a great question. Someone was telling me in the Discord that they played the Curtain Call series, which was easier, but the story was very compelling, they said. Not a spooky story, but well, it's interesting. We expect in a week or two to get the London Gothic post-mortem London Gothic, and that has had some very high-quality storytelling. It won't have the multimedia like this one had. Stacy says, Curtain Call was good. Easier puzzles, in my opinion. Even easier than this game. That's not great news. What do we think about value for money? I mean, it's not something we spend much time talking about here because it's very hard to judge that. I mean, if we got 20 hours, it's just hard. It's an expensive thing. So I got this for $100. You could get it for $100 on sale, but you could absolutely end up paying more if you bought it. If you subscribed and you were paying $30 a month, that's $180. To me, and again, this is completely subjective, but it would be very hard for me to justify $180 for that experience for 30 hours. But it was a premium experience. There's no doubt about it. You can't deny that. That was a premium experience of being in a movie for 20 hours, basically. So if you look at it that way, maybe it's reasonable. I think at $100, it becomes much more reasonable, especially if you play it as a special event on Halloween and with a group. I think you're getting right up there. At $100, I'm sort of on the fence about whether if you could pick this up for $50, to me that would be a no-brainer. This would be an amazing $50 worth of experience. As soon as you get up to 100, you're starting to get into some issues. It also depends on how much you value items. Like, are you the kind of person that loves being able to put those items on your shelf? You could imagine if you play more and more of these games, you're sort of building up this collection of things on your shelf. You can look at and say, there's the statue from this one. There's the cigarette case where this happened. Helps you remember it. Since I live in a small place and I don't want these things in my house, it doesn't do that much for me. I do appreciate that we managed to do this without permanently marking up stuff so I could pass this on to some friends. And Tina says, could I make a request? Next weekend I won't be able to play, and I was wondering if we could play something else other than the new postmortem game, but if you want to, I will watch it. All right, we'll figure that out. My general approach has been, if we've got a couple people who really want to play through the whole thing, we'll try to schedule around them. It's easier when it's just Jonathan, but Jonathan, Anna, and Tina, we'll see what we can do. We'll try to, it's good you're telling me now, ahead of time is good. If we can do it, we'll do it. I don't have a particular need to play it next weekend, so we'll see if we can work our way around it and schedule it for a time that works. Stacy says, Hunt-A-Killer stories are compelling. That's why they can charge so much. Yeah, it sounds like they do a pretty good job of a premium experience. Jonathan says maybe we could do another Deadbolt next weekend. I've got a whole stack of Deadbolt Mystery Society games now. You can see them all right there. Infected, The Dark and Stormy Night, Body Farm that Jonathan wanted to play. I heard very good things about Dark and Stormy Night. So, yeah, we can put it off. I don't even know if it's going to arrive next weekend. Anything else to talk about? Any other final thoughts? We've also got another Sherlock Holmes fan case to play. We've got tons of stuff to play. I do enjoy when we do these holiday specials Jonathan and I played Adventures by Gaslight over Christmas and New Year. That was a totally epic experience. And I do feel like it's been special this Halloween. Like, this was our special event this Halloween, that there was a bunch of us and we played through 6 boxes all in a row. That's been special and fun, and I really enjoyed it. And I'm glad you guys did too. And it's been a pleasure playing with all of you. It makes it more enjoyable. It really does. Any other final thoughts before we sign off? And in another day or two, we'll have our play-by-mail cases. I'm sure those will be arriving soon, and those will wrap up hopefully in the next session or two. All right, everyone's probably either got to get to sleep or got to start their day. If you enjoyed this, if you think of more things to say, post them in comments in the YouTube on the video. There's a Discord for the channel if you want to join it, and it's not very busy, but more importantly, there's a Board Game Geek Guild section for this channel. You can find the link in the community tab in YouTube, and you can help us decide what games to play and when. And if there's a game you want to play, you can say, please don't play this weekend because I can't make it, etc. You can help us decide what games to play next. And I guess with that, I'll see you guys before Halloween. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time. If you're watching this after we record it live, I'd love to hear your thoughts, especially if you played this separately from us. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the game, if you differ in opinion on any particular aspect that we've talked about. But it's nice to hear how other people experience the game. All right, I'll see you next time. Look at that cat with her back to us, just like in the movie. That's a little spooky.